What up, nerds? It's weeb time. Time to be a weeb. Rare hat stream. Let's go. Alright, I'm going to start off today's stream by grinding in a few more of those points. Muted. No, I'm not muted. Seems good to me. I think you're muted, Kenza. I think you are muted. Sunken Valley? Yeah. Seems good on my end. Bleh. Hey, bleh. You're muted. I'm fine. Got him. Got him. How's it going, Kenza? I appreciate the effort. No, I can tell like right away when I'm muted or not. Forgot this guy. Oh, the kids are back. But yeah, I'm just going to start today's stream off by grinding out some skill points. I know I was doing this a bunch yesterday, but I really want to get this shit so I can feel the power. I have a ton of spirit emblems. I'm trying to buy them as often as I can. I also still have to fight that Snake Eyes over there. I'm gonna turn on this auto loot thing. I'm tired of having to hold down this button all the time. Half the time I try to go to loot something, I fall off a friggin' ledge. Probably need like 8 or something total. I probably need 7 right now, actually, at least. So much better not needing to hold down the button. Oh boy. Whoever decided that this game needed a loot button is weird. When enemies drop stuff, you have to hold down a button to pick up the items that they drop. And not just like items that they drop, like if they drop money or like random shit. You gotta run around and hold down a button. Okay, I only need 5. Nice. I don't need to spend as much time doing this then. He's still alive. So I have to get the death blow on him if I want to kill him with this much attack power. This ability that I'm gonna get is basically gonna make the entire game easier. It's that powerful. Lets me, there's no way to like buff your weapon with fire in the game unless you get this ability. So it's pretty huge. And fire is arguably way more useful in this game than it is in other games. Yo, Zach, what's up, man? There will be mankeys today. There will definitely be some mankeys. But that won't be until later on. If I kill Guardian 8 by the end of this stream, I'll probably be pretty happy. I'm already a fair ways through the game. I'm doing as much optional stuff as possible. So I'll be doing all of Tempo and all of Mibu Fishing Village before I fight Genichiro. There are lore reasons to hold off on all that stuff, because depending on which order you go through the game in, ghosts and spirits will fight you in kind of guard places. There's a note somewhere that says that ghosts roam the lands of Ashina at night, or when night falls. So, when you travel through certain areas in the game, and then proceed towards where night is, you get ganked by ghosts. What's up, Reed? How's it going, man? I watched your Bloodborne PSX video earlier. It was funny as hell. And the editing on it was fantastic. Lots of good news. Just doing a bit of grinding right now, trying to get some extra skill points. I need that living force. Living force makes the entire game way more fun. And as you can see, like, you can do this entire grinding here. Like, I haven't needed to heal in a while. So it's definitely a good spot to grind out some money. Get some experience. Mind you, I have done this lap like hundreds of times at this point, so you gotta figure out how to do it first. Taking out these things here, these little traps, is key, because they don't respawn unless you exit out of the game and load it again. Yeah, I actually destroyed the other snake eyes. I still have this snake eyes over here to deal with, but I was able to parry the grab twice in a row yesterday, and I never, ever parry the grab. So it was pretty satisfying. But that's been my main thing on this playthrough. I still haven't done a No Kuro's Charm run in full. I'm still like partway through a playthrough on my No Kuro's Charm run, and I haven't gone back to it. But my goal on this playthrough has been to practice my parry timing. So even though I'm not using the Kuro's Charm thing, I'm just trying to pay attention to the timing and get used to parrying attacks that I'm not parrying, and trying to go for those perfect parries. Watching Jesus just blast through the game with no Kuro's Charm and Demon Bell was pretty inspiring. But let's be real, he's the blood god. Like, he's the blood god. Oh my god, I am so tired of this fucking chatbot. Get away. Get out of here, you lousy chatbot. I'm done with you. I am fucking done with you. Missing like half my fucking messages. Can't see shit without my fuck. Get over there. Get over there. There, I can actually read what you guys are saying now. Fan-fucking-tastic. Yeah, I think that Snake Eyes' grab is like the only grab that you can parry, because like Juzo and the general dudes, they all grab you with their hands, but Snake Eyes grabs you with her gun, right? So you can deflect it. So there's lore behind why you can parry the Snake Eyes grab. Yeah, I use Streamlabs chatbot because it has a few features that I like, but lately what it's been doing is, without me inputting the mouse or scrolling or doing anything, somebody will type in a message, and you know how like the scroll bar, like when you're scrolling in chat, a scroll bar will appear and you can go up or down? It'll continuously go up, and I won't be able to see the bottom. So I can't see the latest messages that appear in the stream. Like what's the point, right? Like Yeah. I don't even know how I found out you can parry the terror laser. I think I kind of did it by accident. Because, like, once I learned that you can basically parry everything, you just kind of, like, you know, you just gotta try every once in a while. Plus, like, you know, I played a little bit of Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. In that game, you literally parry everything. It doesn't matter how big the target is, it doesn't matter how devastating the attack is. You can parry it. It's almost the same thing in this game. Alright, last one. Once I get 4 skill points, that's all I need for Living Force. And then the real lore can begin. Now, the other question is, what the hell am I going to spend all this Sen on? Speedrunning now, boys. We speedrunning now. Oh, I'm just now realizing that these dudes drop a shit ton of antidote powder because they're weak to poison. The Sunken Valley clan are the descendants of the Okami. So, anything that counts as an Okami or a Sunken Valley clan member is weak to the Sibamaru's poison. Hard to deflect the kick. Keep trying to time it, but no dice. Those dudes there give the most experience per kill. 297 a pop right now. New game +6, no charm, demon bell, hitless, sword only. That's fucking wild. That's fucking crazy. I was thinking about doing a no skills, no items run, which is kind of the same thing almost, but not without the other stuff. And that might be fun. Now, something that I didn't notice until I watched Vadi is you can see that it's pretty windy in this area. I mean, like, it's a mountainous valley between a bunch of stuff. So there's obviously a lot of wind going on. But the Snake Eyes use these... I'm not sure what the hell you'd call this, to be honest. But these are indicators of the wind and how strong it is. So in order for these guys to snipe you from across the map, they've got to calculate for the distance and calculate for the wind on the drop of their bullet. Windsock. Windsock. It's a funny word. Windsock. Oh, I can just skip right to that one. Damn. Yeah. 16 days, dude. 16 days. I'm kind of hoping I don't find work so that I can just play Elden Ring instead of having to work. I really don't want to get a job, to be honest. I hate jobs. Oh, I should deflect this out here. Let's fucking go. Needless to say, I'm getting pretty dang excited for Elden Ring. Hell yeah. I didn't read projected force. After using certain prosthetic tools, allows one to draw the power of that tool into the sword and release it in a forward direction. The specific attack changes depending on the tool used. So when you get projected force, you can attack with your sword while using the loaded umbrella. And I believe if you deflect attacks with the loaded umbrella, you can even like build up power to increase the damage of projected force. And then living force allows one to perform a follow-up attack with certain tools that imbues the sword with the tool's effect. The sculptor retired the shinobi prosthetic after developing this technique. He had gone too far and killed too many. The flames of hatred had begun to manifest. The flames of hatred? Demon of hatred? So now that we have living force, which is my favorite skill in the entire game, we can burn people with the fire and then buff our sword with it as well. Or I can accidentally backstab the guy. Where does the other weapon gonna come from? Holy shit. So yeah, when you're using living force, you don't have to subsist on just the flame vent ability. Even if an enemy is guarding, you will hit them with fire and this will build burn status abnormality on them. Alright. I'm gonna buy a bunch of shit and then I'm gonna fight Snake Eyes just in case. I don't want to lose 30% of 4,000. Yeah, I'm getting into that mode too, Zach, where I'm sitting there being like, what kind of build am I gonna do? What kind of weapon am I gonna want to use? Will I use spells or will I not use spells? And I'm just like, I need to stop. Like, I'm just trying to distract myself until it comes out, to be honest.
To purchase an offering? May the departed rest in peace.
I don't think there was anything else that I really wanted to buy at the other vendors. So I might just upgrade as many of my tools as possible right now. I already got all the gourd seeds that I can buy.
Until next.
Until neck.
What?
Aged mist feather raven. Mist raven feathers with notches in the tips. Cost spirit emblems to use, disappear like the mist and move away. Can be performed not only from the assumed stance, but also after taking damage. Oh. So this doesn't just increase the duration of it, but if I take damage and then use it, it'll still work. The slight notches in the tips of the feathers give the appearance of an old mist raven. They are there to allow one to dissolve into the mist even more easily. When spread open, the magnet umbrella will protect against attacks from all directions. Hold it out while moving to protect from light attacks. Has a tempered magnetic shaft that makes it nearly unbreakable. Enemy attacks can be deflected by spinning the open umbrella. Double divine abduction. Gathers and releases a gust of wind, forcing enemies caught by the blast to turn around. Can be waved twice in succession. It is a mild sort of being spirited away that can be returned from quite quickly. However, it's said that one can only return from being spirited away once, and if taken again, there is no coming back. Alright, I have to go and give Anayama that intel that I got. Because he wanted to know what the Ashina soldiers needed so that he could sell it to them en masse. Wait, I already told him that stuff. Either way, I'm going to talk to him anyway.
Hey, good sir.
I found out what the samurai want.
Oh, you mean it, good sir?
Yes. It seems they're low on salt.
Salt, you say? Well, you eat it, of course. But it's also good for purifying the dead and putting on wounds. Diseases spread quick with rotten corpses on the battlefield. Everyone's scrambling for salt. That means now's the time to cash in.
I can almost hear him rubbing his hands together there.
Lots of people need salt. And karma shouldn't bite me if I sell it for a tad more than the going rate, right? Ah, now that that's decided, it's time to get me some salt. Thank you very much, good sir. Until next time, good sir. I'll stock some new products if I can sell a lot of salt. Make sure you pay me a visit when I do. Good sir, listen here. My salt? Huh? I sold it for quite a pretty price. You know it's in high demand. And that means I'm loaded with cash and product. Look, I've got some new items too. Buy something, please.
So now he's got some extra sugars, more coin purses, and we can also buy scrap iron and black gunpowder from Anayama now as well. So if we want an upgrade and we're just a couple short like I am right now, I'd be able to buy it from him. The only thing is that you can't sell items to Anayama, but you can sell items to other vendors, like the memorial
good sir,
mob.
Listen here.
Is this about your business?
Ah, you know me so well, good sir. It smells like a war's brewing these days. I could make a killing if I take advantage of this, which is why I have a favor to ask of you, good sir.
What is it?
Looting battlefields. That's the job. I mean, that's a great way to refresh my stock, right? There are dead bodies all over a battlefield. It's a gold mine, huh? Spears, swords, armor, it's all free and for the taking. Weapons should fly off the shelves thanks to the war preparations.
What qualifications do you need?
Well, let's see. Looting the battlefield is a dirty, disgusting, and physical job. I'm looking for someone who's big and strong and thick.
So now we have two options. When we talk to Jinzaemon or Kotaro, we can send them either to the dungeon or we can send them to Anayama. This is similar to what we have in Bloodborne, where we have the option of sending people to either the clinic or to the cathedral ward. I'm gonna go fight Snake Eyes, and then I'll proceed to Mibu Fishing Village before I go to Senpo. How come I didn't react to that, man? Like, I was in the dodge animation or something? Destroyed, dude. That's why I get that ability right there. The burn does a shit ton of damage. You already get through half their posture, and I finally mastered how to parry the grab. Feels so good. And then I do that. And then I do that because you have to jump like 16 fucking feet for some reason just by barely touching the stick. Amazing. One shots? Okay, I'm out. I'm out of here. Jesus. And if you're struggling getting through this area without getting completely destroyed by bullets, and you have a loaded umbrella, there is a quick way to get through here. still get hit by a straight bullet when you're going up that way. The steam effects that you're seeing here, that's the projected force ability. So if I use the umbrella and then R1, I can do a bunch of damage. And the more shots that I deflect, the more damage I will end up doing with it. I don't think there was anything else that I skipped, so I'm just going to go straight to Mibu Fishing Village. Oh hey, that's good timing. The gun fort of Sunken Valley is commanded by the Snake Eyes, an elite force of women able to pierce distant targets with mighty flint cannons and phenomenal vision. They also call them Snake Eyes because there's 2 of them. This game is very deep. So we have the Mibu Fishing Village here. We read in the balloon descriptions that Mibu means aquatic life, or life born of the water. I'm not necessarily sure if these are persimmons or just like tomatoes or something, but all of the memorial mob guys, they all have different offerings that they have. There's usually like incense and vases and scrolls, but some of the other stuff is usually different. There's like a Ashina clan samurai outfit here, the guys that like to parry you a bunch. And these things are unique to the Mibu Fishing Village. There's red cloth with slug carps. So they're obviously slugs, but they have the same colors as carps and they have fishtails as well as scales. And these are also offerings that we can see in a couple areas throughout the Mibu Fishing Village, and we can also find a ton of them in the lake itself. These little nets that they have there are firefly nets, I'd imagine. And you can use fireflies as bait in some fishing situations, I suppose. But I'm not really sure what they're scrounging through the dirt for here. The Mibu fishing villagers are undead or undying. They've drinking from the waters, but they're too far from the source of the rejuvenating waters. So instead of becoming immortal, they have just become undead. And this also makes them afraid of fire for some reason. I understand that the people with red eyes are afraid of fire, but something about drinking this diluted water far from the source of the Fountainhead Palace causes these people to be afraid of fire as well. Unlike the enemies that we see in the abandoned dungeon, you cannot kill these enemies for good. Fire scares them and does more damage to them, but it doesn't matter how many of these dudes we kill, they'll continue to spring up from the ground. Oh, maybe killing it with fire does get rid of them. Shit, I thought they just kept coming. Well, that's good to know. I noticed that when I was killing the dudes in the abandoned dungeon, like, they obviously reanimate themselves after you kill them, but when you kill them for good with fire, they give you spirit emblems, because it's a signification that they are actually fully dead, and their spirit has left their body. And a lot of the people in this village are also covered in these kind of gross, like, lacerations and spots and that sort of stuff, so lending into the lumps of fat wax, which are an indicator of illness within the body. We also have some references to the serpent god in the fishing village as well. There's a Shimanawa here. There's a rope signifying the entrance of the village, but we can see here that there's snake skin on it. And there's also snake skin indicating some of the grappling hook spots that we can see in this area as well. There's also this gem here. To me, this almost kind of looks like a dream catcher. But dream catchers are a Native American thing, so. Yeah, I don't know. It's not a dream catcher, because I don't think that's actually anything to do with Japan at all. But the crystal in the middle, the only other thing that I remember right now being a crystal is the frozen tear that comes out of the Divine Child once you do their quest line. But I don't necessarily think that's a reference to this, so I'm not really sure what the crystal is supposed to symbolize. But the snake skin is obviously from the serpent god of the Sunken Valley. You can find all sorts of bodies like this, with their legs sticking up out of the ground. And I believe this is a reference to a Japanese horror film. I remember seeing a reference to this at some point. I'm trying to do a little bit of furious Googling here. So there is a film from Japan called Inugamike no Ichizuko. I probably butchered that. But it's supposed to be like a Japanese horror film. Yeah, here we go. So we have this poster for the movie, and here's apparently a still from the movie as well, where at some point you just see legs sticking up out of the water. So, when you're playing a Hideo Kojima game, there's all sorts of references to film and movies, even film from Japan and everything like that, but it's harder to pin down those sorts of things in FromSoft games. Like, I don't know much about Japanese film history, but it's nice seeing what might be a reference to a Japanese film in a FromSoft game, because it doesn't necessarily ground it more in reality, but instead of just being like fantasy based or H.P. Lovecraft or whatever, it might be another influence that helped inspire Miyazaki and his team to create some of the stuff that we see in this game in particular. Because if they're gonna base a game in Japan and on Japanese history and everything. There's multiple different facets to that. It's not just Japanese history. There's Buddhism, there's Shinto, which are the religious parts of Japan, and then you also have this, which might be a reference to a horror film. And obviously, when we're talking about Mibu Fishing Village and places like the Fishing Hamlet and Bloodborne, these places are both inspired by different horror stories. Like the giant wooden swords some of these guys have. They're absolutely huge.
Basket, 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 basket. I am a basket.
Hey,
Ah! Basket, 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 basket. No.
calm down.
Are you an honorable person?
Yes.
Thank goodness you are an honorable person. Is there something you want to ask? Look, sorry, but if you have questions, I'll have to answer with this basket on my head.
This is definitely my favorite NPC in the game. He's also a fantastic voice actor. The Japanese voice actor for this dude pales in comparison to the English guy. Just saying, you weebs.
What is wrong with this village?
I'd sure like to know that too. Before I knew it, everyone had gone insane. For a while, I too was in a daze, but I snapped out of it after I threw up. I was thirsty, so I drank a lot of sake. I'm sure that's what made me throw up. The head priest sometimes treats us to sake, but you know, when you drink sake, you get thirsty. The sake cask runs dry in no time, so everyone has no choice but to drink the water in the ponds and rivers. But the more you drink it, the thirstier you get. You get thirstier and thirstier, can't ever drink enough.
So the reason why this guy is human but insane instead of being undead like the rest of the village is because he wasn't able to fully consume the waters from the pond and the lake and the river. He drank a bunch of sake and this caused him to throw up, so he wasn't able to transform the same way the other people did.
What is wrong with the villagers?
No idea. All I know is they all fear fire. For a while, I too was in the same daze, and I felt the fear too. An unquenchable fire. Even now, the thought of it gives me chills.
An unquenchable fire.
The hunter, Inuhiko, started burning pine resin and locked himself in his house. His pine resin burns a long time. It's a real nuisance. Inuhiko is the village outcast. He likes eating wild animal meat and the sort. That's why the head priest doesn't give him any sake.
Where is Inohiko's house?
Oh, on the other side of the pond. Inuhiko's is the last house on the path.
So he tells us about a hunter named Inuhiko, and I don't know, there's nothing really for me to say there. He eats wild animals, he's a hunter. And pine resin is a resource that comes from trees, and if you remember the description of the torch in Bloodborne, the reason why the torch is always burning is because it's covered in pine resin, and this allows it to burn a long time. Resin is also what we use to coat our weapons with magic in the Dark Souls universe.
Tell me about the priest.
He's the most important person in the entire village. You can find him in the shrine, all the way up the riverside, near the water's source. He told us, let us become citizens of the palace. If you drink enough sake, you shall become citizens, he said. Huh? A citizen of the palace? I don't really get it, but that's what he said.
A citizen of the palace refers to the Mist Nobles. So, if you drink enough of the water, you will turn into a Mist Noble. But the problem is that this water is too far from the source. So when we complete the quest with the Mibu Fishing Village priest, we get water from the Fountainhead Palace and bring it to him. And then when he drinks the water, he transforms into a Mist Noble.
Oh, gotta go, huh? I'll be here, hiding in this basket. No, must resist drinking.
Now, a lot of people automatically assume Mikolash when they see this guy, but there is a group of monks that wear baskets on their head in Japan. I'm not sure if they were necessarily part of Shugendo, the mountain monks, but I'll talk about that more when we deal with Shamisen lady. I wonder if you can actually, like, look at his face model anywhere. You can see them harvesting slugs up from the water by the bucketful. Found some spirit emblems next to a gravestone here. Hugs. Went all the way in here for a fistful of ash. Feels bad. This is a loom. This combines threads into pieces of cloth. And this might be one of the red banners that we see on the slug banners throughout the village. Maybe. Yeah, Ashleos, how's it going? So one of the more interesting features about the Mibu village is this lone Everblossom tree. So it's got the same kind of Sakura, or I guess it isn't really Sakura blossoms. It might be a different type of tree. I'm not necessarily sure if these are Sakura petals or not, but you can see how the tree is kind of twisted and gnarly looking. It's got mushrooms growing all over it. And we can also see that the villagers are praying at the base of the tree. We can also find a gourd seed and some divine grass here. So the main thing that I'm going to keep reiterating about the Mibu fishing village is the same thing that we learned about from the priests, is that this place is very close to the Fountainhead Palace. In order us to get to the Fountainhead Palace, which is the way to the Divine Realm, we have to go through the Mibu fishing village. But because we're so far from the source, the water has become diluted, so it isn't as powerful as it is up there. Nonetheless, the villagers have become undead because they drank from the water. And this tree here also has the same sort of qualities as the Everblossom, where it seems like it's always blooming. The petals are always falling, and the petals are always there. But because it's so far from the source, it's not necessarily corrupted like some other stuff in the game is, but the mushrooms and the gnarly roots and everything are the same kind of indicator as the undying members of the fishing village. Soul balloon. So, Mibu balloon of souls, they restore resurrective power. Resurrective power is tied to the rejuvenating water and the divine dragon and the dragon's heritage. And the Mibu balloon of soul is pink because pink is the same color as the petals from the Everblossom tree. Jesus. And we have a gourd seed here, which also ties it to the rejuvenating waters, because we put gourd seeds into our gourd to get more water from it. Not sure what the hell is on these things. It's not slugs like the other ones. Oh, are they moths? Or like bugs? Is this like a flycatcher or something? What the hell? I never noticed these before. Interesting. Silk moths. Because we saw the loom in the other building, right? And it had a bunch of threads turning into cloth. So yeah, they might be silk moths. So interesting. So is it red silk? Did they make all these cloths out of? How's it going, Mad Rose? What's up? Red Japanese silk. According to a Chinese legend, silk was discovered in 2460 BC by the 14-year-old Chinese empress, blah blah blah. One day she took a cocoon from one of the trees and accidentally dropped it in hot water and found she could unwind the shimmering thread from pliable cocoon. Red silk is also what they make kimonos out of. Kimonos are like Japanese clothing. But yeah, it looks like silk predates the Sengoku era by quite a long time. I'm kind of going into like a rabbit hole here. Nothing really is providing any like concrete information about like the like religious or spiritual significance of silk, but nonetheless, silk is obviously very valuable and it's sought after because it's not just very strong, but it's also comfortable as fuck. It makes people feel nice. Oh, here we can see the same fruits that we saw in the baskets earlier. Armored Core is your fave game? Your fave game? Nice. Yeah, I'm really hoping the rumors about a new Armored Core game are true. Because Armored Core has its like own kind of like vibe and feel and gameplay. But if they can take all the stuff they've learned from Dark Souls and Bloodborne and Sekiro and like weave that into an Armored Core game, like that'll be top tier. I'm not sure if Miyazaki worked on any of the Armored Core titles, but even Armored Core, like the lore in those games, like there's no real like direct story that gets laid out for you. But in some of the Armored Core games, you have an option. You can either take a job from this group or you can take a job from this group. And when you take a job and successfully do it from a certain company or manufacturer or whatever the hell you call them, it actually affects how the other companies get affected throughout their own stories. So, the same kind of thing. It's like the story isn't in your face, but if you go looking hard enough, you can find something there. I like the scarecrows in this area. They're actual crows put up on sticks. A bottle of Ashina brewed sake. While it does not contain water from the fountainhead, it is made from the purest of waters. It is a drink beloved by the people of Ashina. Holy shit. Fuck this one out. See you guys later. Damn, those guys have a lot of health and they hit bloody freaking hard too. Like, the Wombo combo is different from the other Kotaro guys. They have like 2 big slams and then like 2 very quick sweep attacks that happen after. So this is an offering shrine. There's a Shimenawa here, but it's become unraveled, and it hasn't been tended to for a while. Same with the shrine. But nonetheless, there are still offerings here. So they've offered some sake to the shrine, and there's also buckets of the slugs here as well. I love how much detail this game has. One of the things about like Dark Souls 3 and Bloodborne is that like when you zoom in on certain objects, you can see how like there isn't a lot of detail to some of the things, and there's not a lot of like really good high-res textures and stuff like that. But all of the particle effects and all of the little things in Sekiro have so much detail. So I'm really excited to see just how much detail stuff in Elden Ring is going to have. You can see here that the Mibu village is surrounded by black pines. Obviously, the leaves are green, or the pines are green, but the actual trunks themselves are way more darker in color. And this is also why we end up getting the black pine resin later on. There's another bell guy there. I'm glad I noticed the silk moths, because that was something that I never really looked at before. I just assumed all the red cloth things in the game were the same. Don't touch me. Divine confetti, because this place is tied to the Fountainhead Palace and the rejuvenating waters. Some yellow gunpowder. It does say yellow gunpowder is only found in the Sunken Valley. And you don't really need to get to the Sunken Valley to get here. So maybe yellow gunpowder is just here because it's like an intermediate prosthetic tool upgrade. And this is, you know, like partway through the game. Oh, hey. Guiding us to treasure. Divine grass is also tied to the Fountainhead Palace. Might as well read it while I'm here. A secret medicine that fully restores vitality and cures all status abnormalities. One small part of Ashina is exceedingly old. The ancient soil, rocks, and water that pervaded the land are said to have attracted the attention of the gods. The Dr. Dogen studied the plants in this ancient place, resulting in the recipe for this special medicine. Cogs. They have a wing gust attack. They like huck a gust of wind at you. You can see all the Buddha statues in this area have all been decapitated or disfigured. This is a little grave site here, I'd imagine. Bunch of little gravestones. And these are grave towers or offering towers? Something tower. So... what the hell? Oh, I aggroed a fish. So yeah, if the people from the Mibu fishing village drank from the waters, and the priest who's in control of the village wants them to become citizens of the palace, they're essentially going against the teachings of Buddha. So all the Buddha statues have been decapitated, and anybody who still clings on to their humanity was hanged or executed. This is a human effigy that we can see in its grasp, and it might look familiar to anybody who played Dark Souls. So in Dark Souls 1, we have a humanity, which is the effigy of a human. In Dark Souls 2, we have human effigies. An effigy is something that is the shape of a human, or resembles a human. So you would consider like a voodoo doll to be an effigy of that person. And then Dark Souls 3, the embers kind of take both of them at the same time. It's a humanity, it's an effigy, but it also bears the fire that is presented in Dark Souls. Because in Dark Souls 3, you're an ashen one, and you're always seeking embers and fire and that sort of stuff. So the people who clinged on to their humanity, instead of wanting to drink from the waters and become nobles, were executed and hanged. And this is similar to what we saw in the forest leading up to the village, is that we ran into a monk who asked us if we would slay one who opposes the Buddha. So because the Mist Nobles always want to be immortal, and they are against the cycle of life, death, and rebirth, they are essentially going against the ways of Buddha. So anybody who clung on to their humanity was executed. To go with the Buddha and to believe in the Buddha is to accept your death, because you know that your spirit will carry on and be reborn as something else. You can either be reborn as a human, as an animal, or if you have enough good karma or enough bad karma, there's like 6 other places your soul can end up on the cycle. So the cycle, including all these places, is known as samsara. And I believe samsara... Oh, samsara actually means world, but it represents the concept of rebirth and cyclicality of all life, matter, and existence. Buddhism originated in India, but because the Silk Road connects India to Asia, a lot of these different Buddhist influences ended up making their way into Chinese, Japanese, and Korean culture. They all have their own kind of different take on it, but Buddhism started in India, but it's in no way unique to India or Hindus. A lot of people in Asia, in multiple countries in there, are Buddhists, or they're either Buddhist or Shinto, but I believe you can also kind of be both in some ways. Like, you don't really have to choose one or the other. I could be totally wrong on that, but yeah, the whole point of being a Buddha is a bodhisattva is somebody who wants to be like the Buddha, so they practice their teachings and try to teach other people to be more like Buddha. But Buddha is somebody that I believe broke free from the cycle. Buddha is a religious leader and teacher who lived in ancient India. He is regarded as the founder of Buddhism and revered by Buddhists as an enlightened being. Oh, okay. So the teachings of Buddha are based on his insight into the arising of suffering or dissatisfaction and its ending, the state called nirvana. Nirvana is the goal of the Buddhist path and marks the release from worldly suffering and rebirths in samsara. So, if you're still caught in the cycle and you're being constantly dying and rebirthed and reborn, you're still in the cycle. But if you break free from the cycle and you become enlightened, you achieve nirvana and become something like Buddha. I obviously don't know a whole lot about Buddhism. Most of the stuff that I've learned was trying to figure out what's going on in this bloody story. But, yeah, I'll end up talking more about this later on probably. But, to acknowledge the cycle of life, death, and rebirth is to go with the Buddha and his teachings. To go against the Buddha and reject his teachings is to try to embrace the path of immortality or undying. TLDR. Well, you know, like Christmas is commonly associated with, like, you know, Christian stuff and everything. But, like, it's also about coming together and putting aside your differences as well. So there may be some truth to that, you know. There's like one day of the year where you kind of get to be all of those things at once, right? So that's kind of what they're talking about there, I'd imagine. But like I said, like, I've barely touched my toes into the whole concept of Buddhism and all that stuff. Basically, all I do is I Google it, and then I try to excerpt from my furious Googling how it pertains to these stories. But I think that's the main thing about Buddhism that Sekiro is trying to teach us, is that there is a cycle where you can die and be reborn. So we see people becoming reborn as demons, as Shura. People change from being a human into being a mist noble. And these themes of metamorphosis and transformation are something we've seen in Bloodborne and Dark Souls as well. So here we have Inuiko's house, the fishing village outcasts. Pine resin ember. A piece of resin that contains a continuously smoldering flame can be used to upgrade the flame vent. The resin was found in a black pine within the forest of Mibu village. The ever-smoldering flames acted as a landmark to find one's way to the village. In time, the villagers came to load the flames, and the black pines were lost. those who defended the flames were equally low. So when we put this into our prosthetic tool, typically when you use the flame vent, you just kind of like, and a bunch of fire comes out at once. When we have the black pine resin attachment unlocked, we can use it to spray out a continuous sea of flame, like the flame sprayers from the previous games. So it makes it a little bit more handy against groups, I suppose. Alright, these fish are starting to irritate me. Greedy bastards. I think I already saw everything else. I'm just gonna get out of here. Okay, I guess I gotta go this way. Slug offerings. Seized giant wooden sword. Is this a Berserk reference? Is this a Berserk reference, you guys?
Nobi, I was so taken by the melody. I did not see you coming. I can hear it. I'm sure the shamisen player is just beyond here. I knew it. She's been waiting for me the whole time. I knew it.
I don't really have any tools here that can help me for this fight, do I? I never got Sebamaru. Shit, let me go do that before I fight this hoe. This fight is brutal without Sebamaru because I kind of suck at it. Plus, I want to show you guys that she's likely a descendant of the Okami because she's weak to it. I totally missed like an entire section of Ashina Castle when I was there. Oops. Being invulnerable because I'm opening a door. It's very immersive. Sebamaru, an ancient Kodachi short sword, its blade mottled with bluish rust. Forged by the Ashina clan to resist the inhuman evil that had invaded Ashina in times long forgotten. It was the poisonous gift of the blue rust that finally drove the spirits out. So this is why you find the Sebamaru right next to the eel livers. When the Ashina clan fought the ghosts that descended from the fountainhead in times long past, they were associated with lightning because they had the same kind of power. So the blue rust not only defends against these spirits, but it also goes hand in hand with the eel livers, because eel livers prevent us from getting lightning damage as much.
I'm glad you've come. Goodbye. I'm glad. For my research, I need you to find me blood samples.
I'll see what...
Thank you.
Yeah, I tried to get them. It didn't work.
What it...
A prosthetic tool made with the blade Sebamaru, allowing for a quick series of attacks together with the sword. The blue poisonous rust on Sebamaru's blade applies poison status abnormality. Wielded in wars of old, the blade's blue rust was used to drive off inhuman Okami warrior women. Even now, it is likely to be effective against their descendants. The Okami warrior women are the blue ladies that we fight in the Fountainhead Palace, and their descendants are the Sunken Valley clan. Even though some people of the Sunken Valley clan can be found next to poison pools, I believe they're all weak to the Sebamaru. Alright, so I need 1 scrap iron and 600.
Hey, still. Until next time.
Yeah, if you attack somebody with a rusty blade, it'll poison their bloodstream. Rust is not good when you get cut by a rusty blade.
Greeting. Go on. Until next time, someone.
Yeah, poison is it's good against basically any target, except for the people who are immune to poison. But it has an extra effect on the descendants of the Okami, where it doesn't just poison them, it does a burst of damage all at once, and then poisons them continuously. Improved Sabamaru, with a special mechanism for unleashing the blade. Due to the revised mechanism, one can fluidly swap between 2 separate sets of attacks as desired. So, I think the first one is just like a few swipes or whatever, but now if we spam the Sabamaru, it does a bunch of attacks all at once. And the piercing Sabamaru also allows it to do damage to enemies who are guarding. So even if they're blocking the attack, they'll still receive the poison debuff. Alright, so the guitar-looking thing she's using is a shamisen. The shamisen is the sound that Jin Zaimon was hearing the whole time. Only he could hear the sound from a distance, so it means that this lady was essentially calling to him individually. Orin of the Water. I think her name implies not just that she's a descendant of the Okami, because they're related to the rejuvenating waters, but this might also be why she's a spirit who's able to persist. Now, when we're talking about ghosts and spirits and the restless undead, in this story it's not just necessarily the rejuvenating waters or any of those powers that cause people to become spirits. The Okami are spirits because they come from a divine realm and descended down to the Ashina when they were fighting the clan back in those days. But if you have intense feelings of regrets or intense feelings of like love or lust over somebody, these lingering feelings are what are said to cause ghosts or spirits to appear. You don't just become a ghost for no reason. You become a ghost because you have ties to someone or something And these ties to that person or object don't allow your spirit to pass on to the afterlife. Instead of crossing the river and accepting your death, you still have unfinished business on Earth. So you become a ghost until that business is either tended to, or if it's not, you just kind of linger forever, right? So even though she appears in a human form here, when we fight her, she has like this kind of ghostly presence, and she also takes more damage from divine confetti and stuff like that. The basket that she's wearing on her head. So, Japanese basket monks. Komuso. So the Komuso were a group of Japanese mendicant monks. Mendicant means beggars. There are people who stand on a street and beg for money. They flourished during the Edo period. The Edo period is what came after the Sengoku era, which is the period that Sekiro Story is based in. And they were characterized by a straw basket or a reed hood known as a tengai worn on the head, manifesting the absence of specific ego, but also used for being able to travel incognito. So they weren't just used to hide their identities and prevent them from you being able to tell who they were, but it also means that because they didn't have a discernible face, they were trying to rid themselves of their ego. So you can see here that their philosophy was emptiness, non-verbal communication. So by doing away with their ego, the ego is like the avatar that you present to other people. It's the personality that we uphold. It's our beliefs. It's our religions and that sort of stuff. So by doing away with that and by obfuscating their identity or their face, they're recognizing the, like one of the big things about Buddhism is Zen, you know, the emptying of your thoughts. When you're meditating, the whole goal of meditation isn't necessarily just to calm you down. It's to empty your brain of thoughts so that you can not have to deal with your inner turmoil and depression and that sort of stuff. It says here that they were known for playing solo pieces on a type of flute, but we can see here that that has been transcribed into the sound of a shamisen, which is an ancient Japanese stringed instrument. Oh, so there's shakuhachi. No, sorry. Zazen is meditation through quiet sitting and sitting in a certain pose. And then suizen is meditation through the meditative blowing of the flute. So the practice of meditation by playing an instrument. The name of the basket monks, Komuso, means priest of nothingness or monk of emptiness. Komu means nothingness or emptiness, and Kyo means nothing, empty, or false. You can also see a lot of straw hats in the Ghost of Tsushima story, but these were mostly used to hide the identities of Ronin that would go around the country. Kumusa wore kimono, especially of a five-crested formal style, and other garments worn over the shoulders. Oh, so she's wearing a kimono, and then that piece of cloth that she has that's covering up the shamizan and clipping. That's called an okuwara. Or no, a shakuhachi. Oh god, I have no idea what any of this terminology is. So there's like 3 different styles of Japanese monk fashion that we can see in play here. The straw hat, the kimono she wears, and this thing that's draped over her shoulders as well. The rakuso, the cloth hanging from her shoulders here, represents the garments that the Buddha put together to wear after he left his palace to seek enlightenment. Huh. Interdasting. I'm learning so much.
Why are you crying?
Because I'm sad.
What are you sad about?
I don't know where Lord Sakusa is, or what he's doing. It breaks my heart. If I can't see him, I'd at least like to know. But no matter how many letters I send, he never writes me back, and no one will tell me where he is. Actually, sir, can you tell me? Where is Lord Sakusa?
So Sakusa is the love interest that she has, but it appears that he is not responding to her. I guess my theory is that Lord Sakusa probably died a long time ago, and that's why she can't find him or anything. But there may also be the case where if O-Rin is the mother of Jinzaimon, which the item we get from this quest leads me to believe, then maybe they had some sort of illegitimate affair between a normal peasant lady and a lord. So maybe she had to give up the child or something to that effect. The story about Lord Sakusa and O-Rin and how it relates to Jinzaimon is vague, but she refers to him as a lord, right? And nothing about her appearance or anything assumes that she is like part of a nobility or part of royalty. So that's the best way that I've been able to kind of discern everything, is that if Lord Sakusa was a lord and Jinzaimon is like an illegitimate child, then that may be why he was given up or something, because that's what the item, the Jizo statue that we get at the end of this quest kind of implies, but it's all awfully vague, to be honest. But it's pretty obvious that O-Rin has passed on because she's a spirit, but if she's O-Rin of the water, she may have only ended up becoming a spirit because she might be a descendant of the Okami, which is what her being weak to poison implies. God damn you, Miyazaki, you don't make this shit easy, do you? Ugh.
I don't know.
Oh, you're a liar too. Why must everyone hide him from me?
So she's weak to poison, and she takes damage from getting poisoned as well. The poison debuff also does a ton
Lord Sakusa,
of posture damage.
if you won't come to me, at least instead.
You stuck? Okay, cool. What the fuck? I didn't even have time to react to that. Piss off.
Lord Sakusa, if you won't come to me, at least instead. brought me that man in his stead. Oh, and he's right over there.
See how much easier the Sleep of Maru makes that fight? You just gotta learn when it's actually gonna hit her or not. Breath of Life Shadow. A latent skill that recovers vitality upon performing a successful death blow. Death blows provide shinobi with an opportunity to breathe. Experiencing battles with powerful opponents further deepens this moment of respite. So free heals by doing a death blow, which is quite nice. Similar to the Blood Rapture rune in Bloodborne, where we recover health when we perform a visceral attack.
Is that you? Are you there, Shinobi?
Yes.
I must give you my thanks, Shinobi.
Your thanks.
You brought the shamisen player to me just a moment ago. She caressed me while playing her sweet melody. It was a different song than before. Like a lullaby. A peaceful, warm melody. She spoke to me. She played. Thank you for coming to me, she said. It turns out she was calling to me this whole time. Shinobi, please, take this.
Jinza's Jizo statue. This guy's name is Jinzaemon. So Jinza is a short form for his name. Kind of like something you would call somebody when they were a child. Buddha effigy bound in light pink cloth. Raise in prayer between one's palms to restore a note of resurrected power. To ensway the Jizo statue is to express feelings of parental love. Lord Sakuza, please take this cloth and use it to bundle this little one, so that he may live on in peace. So it may not necessarily be that Lord Sakuza was Orin's love interest. Maybe it was that she just wanted the child to live on in peace because of something. So she like left the child up to adoption and tried to give it to a lord. I'm not really sure how to interpret all this. Like, was she trying to get a hold and seeking Lord Sakuza because he was a love interest? Or was she simply trying to find a safe place for her child to live on in peace? I don't know. What do you guys think?
I'm so very tired now.
Rip. So now we have a bundled Jizo statue and then Jinza's Jizo statue. Hey, Blurry Man. Well, I mean, Jinzaemon is definitely the child. Like, 100% Jinzaemon is the child. But I'm trying to figure out what the relationship is between Lord Sakuza and Orin, or if there is one. Like, when we talk to her, she seems more concentrated on finding Lord Sakuza, but then when we defeat her, she says that this man was brought in Lord Sakuza's stead. So, in essence, we end up reuniting Orin with Jinzaemon. So, like, that's the real only clear part of the story, is that Jinzaemon is the son of Orin, but is Lord Sakuza, like, an illegitimate father? Or was she just trying to make sure that her child would live on in peace? Because, like, I kind of get the feeling, like, you know, like, when you have in the movies and somebody hears a knock on the door and they go down and there's just, like, a baby in a basket and they're like, oh, shit, I got to adopt you now, you know, like, I kind of get that feeling as well. But it's just the terminology behind referring to Sakuza as a lord. And I'm pretty sure if I Google any of this shit, like, if I just Google Lord Sakuza, like, nobody else was really able to come to a conclusion as far as I've been able to find. Like, it's pretty obvious as well that Lord Sakuza is dead. That's why she can't find him, or at least I'm assuming. And the other interesting thing is that because she's of the water and she's weak to Sebumaru, that means that she is a descendant of the Okami, similar to the Sunken Valley clan. But I wonder also if maybe that's not what that implies, and maybe it just means that spirits are weak to the blue rust, because that's what the description of the Sebumaru implies. But it also says that the spirits descended from the fountainhead, which means that they were likely the Okami. So, Oh, shit. If you don't complete Jinzaimon's quest by bringing him to the Mibu fishing village, if you kill Orin and then interact with Jinzaimon, he attacks you. I wasn't aware of that. Because he's constantly trying to find the sound, right? So he must know that we were the one who killed her. Huh, interesting. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier, Blurry Man. Like, it almost kind of seems like if she refers to him as a lord, the way that I interpreted it before was that Orin got down with Lord Sakuza, but because he was a lord and she wasn't noble or part of a nobility, it was an illegitimate child, which forced her to give up Jinzaimon so that he could live in peace. But that's just entirely supposition. I mean, like, everything about this story is supposition because they don't really give us all the answers. It's all based on the dialogue and the item that we get. But yeah, I don't know. It's interesting to think about. Yeah, like, that's what I mean about illegitimate. Like, it's not just that she wasn't a noble, but it's like maybe Lord Sakuza like cheated on his wife with Orin and had a child. But you know, it's all supposition, you know. And if you try to run past Orin, she also aggroes onto you and attacks you. Oops. Listen close and you too will hear the sound of water. Trying to do the buck thing. So here we have a torii gate covered in the same red silk cloth that we've seen throughout the area. I was saying yesterday that torii gates are often in succession on the way up to a shrine or a temple, and they represent, as we pass through the gate, we become purified, and it also represents the transition from the mundane to the divine. So, as we pass through a torii gate, we purify ourselves before we enter a temple or a place of holy power. Shimenawa is a length of rice rope that's used to purify certain places or objects like trees. And Yorishiro are these decorations that we see here. And Yorishiro are basically invitations for kami or spirits to inhabit these objects or places. In Sekiro, these things often guide us towards places that end up towards the Fountainhead Palace. And we can also see these on a bunch of the temples and trees throughout the game. Yeah, torii gates are all over the place in this game. They're not just in places that lead to Fountainhead Palace. There's a bunch of shrines and temples all throughout Ashina that the torii gates lead up to. I don't know how he sticks to the ceiling like that. It must be a gecko thing. Alright, so I never really thought about the red lump that you find here. The other place we found a red lump is in the abandoned dungeon. But I have 3 of them. Where did I find the second one? Consumed to gain red eyes and reduce flinching from enemy attacks, but also prohibits the use of resurrection. A red mass is the lingering trace of one who is unable to achieve their desires. Slightly warm to the touch, it pulsates softly. So the experiments in the abandoned dungeon were using the rejuvenating water to figure out how to become undying. So they found out that if you drink the waters, you become unable to die. It's not that you become immortal, it's that you become undead. Undead or undying is more like a zombie. Immortal is somebody that cannot be harmed or cannot die through normal means. They have to be like killed with a weapon or something like that. The other thing the abandoned dungeon teaches us is that the people who they do the experiments on all end up with red eyes. So if I use a red lump, I will gain red eyes. So whenever we see somebody with red eyes in the game, it either means they were experiments in the abandoned dungeon, or it means that they were somebody who was unable to achieve their desires. And if it's slightly warm to the touch and pulsates softly despite being a little lump of flesh, it basically means that, you know, because they're undying, the flesh continues to pulsate, even though it's separated from the body. We saw something very similar when we were dealing with Queen Annalise in Bloodborne, where even if her body was smashed into smithereens, the little individual bits of her body were still alive and could be reanimated somehow. Essentially, the red lump just gives us poise, where we can continue attacking without getting stunned, but it doesn't offer us any defense, and if we die with a red lump buff, we cannot resurrect. Continuing on with the theme of desecrating the Buddha, we can see that this statue is old and eroded and corrupted, and has like no head and no arms and that sort of stuff. And here we have the Mibu village priest that we read about earlier, and you can see that he's adorned with Shimenawa and Yorishiro.
Hello? Hey, what are you doing?
It feels... Oh, that's good. It's melting inside. But it's not enough. Keep pouring. Pour until it brims. Come forth, my people. Come forth and drink. Drink. Indulge yourselves in the sweet nectar. Come forth as citizens of the palace, one and all. Please accept us as your humble servants.
Oh, hey. It's a branch of the Everblossom tree. Huh. Neat. Not sure if I ever actually looked inside this shrine and saw that before. I'll be right back. It's getting kind of chilly in here. I gotta close my windows. Alright, this fight's pretty rough early on. I'm gonna try to do this without cheesing. Usually I use fistfuls of ash and snap seeds and all that sort of shit. I'm gonna try to do it without doing any of that stuff. Do I need... I'll try it without using divine confetti either. How much of that stuff do I have anyway? I have a lot. I can probably afford to use at least a couple. fucking inputs taking? Oh my god. Hit the button, nothing happens. 8 fucking times in a row. Are you fucking serious? If I die, whatever. Hit me straight through the parry. Because the corrupted monk that we fight here is a ghost, it's basically impossible to break their posture because they just regenerate it infinitely. So unless you get their health right down, you're struggle bussing for the entire fucking fight. Why does this fucking ability not work all of a sudden? Why does nothing work? Oh my fucking god. Could you register one of my inputs properly, please, game? Please? This fucking sucks. Just kill me. Miss Raven's threat actually works. I was able to get enough damage down that their posture didn't completely reset through the course of the fight. The battle memory of an extraordinary foe lingering in the mind of the wolf. Commune with the sculptor's idol and confront memories, blah blah. The corrupted monk washed over the cave entrance deep in Mibu village. A secret method of breathing known as the Mibu breathing technique. This latent skill allows one to dive underwater, as well as breathe underwater indefinitely. Developed by the founder of Mibu village, those who seek to join the procession must master the Mibu breathing technique. Without it, the divine dragon cannot be met. And when we kill the corrupted monk, the stone door that was blocking the place opens. The corrupted monk donned the mask of a fierce guardian deity. Her form was nebulous, appearing as if in a dream. What reason could there have been for guarding the Mibu village cave entrance? So, she's a guardian deity, and the mask that she wears signifies that. So she not only prevents the entrance to the Fountainhead Palace from being discovered, but she also guards the real entrance when we eventually go and fight her there. She appears nebulous as if in a dream. So this is when we read that note earlier where we read about the lightning reversal and how the Okami spirits descended on the Ashina, the lands of Ashina, and fought them. When the game eventually goes to nightfall, spirits end up popping up all over the place, and what type of spirit you see is determined by what path you took through the game. But that explains why we fight a ghost corrupted monk, and then we have the real corrupted monk up at the Fountainhead Palace, because they're able to, like, project a spirit of themselves down to our plane of existence. This is the cave that eventually takes us to the Fountainhead Palace. It's all sorts of flowers all over the place. There's the palanquin, which we use to offer ourselves in marriage so that we can make our way up to the Fountainhead Palace later on. And if you look here, you can even see the giant straw man, or his arm poking down through the ceiling here. Whole bunch of slug carps all over the place. And here we have a person that imbibed so much of the water that they turned into stone and crystallized. A stone found on an altar deep within the village of the water dwellers. Stones will sometimes appear in the bodies of those who have long drank from the fountainhead waters. Step into the marital shrine and offer the fragrant, auspicious stone, one of the incense ingredients sought by the divine heir for immortal severance. Shelter stones such as this are an auspicious omen, sweetly scented for a bridal offering. The palanquin awaits with open arms. So earlier, when we were progressing through the beginning of the game, we came across a serpent, and when we hid in a similar palanquin, we ended up stabbing the serpent in the eye as it peered in at us. According to denizens of the Sunken Valley, such places are appropriate for offering oneself in marriage to the great serpent. If one wishes to become a bride, they must enter the belly of the serpent in the valley. So in a similar way, when we enter this palanquin later on, after being scented by getting the divine aroma, we offer ourselves in marriage in here by praying, and then the giant straw man takes us up to the Fountainhead Palace. The giant straw dude is a human effigy made out of rice straw or hemp. It's probably rice straw, to be honest. And I'll talk more about him later on when it's more appropriate, but he is supposed to be a human effigy, and I believe that in Japanese, these particular types of human effigies they represent, you know, purification to some degree. So when it comes down to like the really, like, as Westerners, we don't really understand a whole lot of the Japanese imagery that we see in this game, but every single one of them, like the torii gates, the straw rope, the decorations that we see all over the place, they basically all represent purification or rejuvenation in some way. Where am I going? I need to find some water. Now that I have the Mibu breathing technique, I'm able to swim underwater. So there's a whole bunch more items we can get now. Typically when you go into the water in a FromSoft game, you just die immediately. So not only do we get a button dedicated to jumping, but we also finally get to swim. This is precious bait. The texture is slimy, and something resembling horns seems to jut out of it. Just the kind of bait the master loves. Ring the bell, drop the bait. The master is the giant carp that we'll see later on in Fountainhead, and the bait that we get throughout the game is part of his quest line. Here we have a red-eye carp. Now when we complete the quests for the mist nobles that are in the jars, they'll also turn into a carp with these red eyes. A carp that lived in the Mibu village pond, it has 2 red eyes. Carp with only eyes that are red cannot become masters. Though they're considered incomplete creatures that lack the ideal number of scales, their eyes are said to be everlasting. The researcher Do-jun in the abandoned dungeon wants these eyes to improve his procedure. So if we send Kotaro or Jinzaimon to the temple, Do-jun will say that in order to proceed with his experiments, he needs these eyes. And then when we go to the next part of his quests, and we fight either Jinzaimon or Kotaro, whoever we end up sending to the place, they will have red eyes, and they'll proceed to attack us. How dare you? Please die. Thank you. So down in the water we can see a whole shit ton of the slug carps that we saw. And we have more of these guys with their legs sticking up out of the water. I found out that the legs sticking up from the water or from the ground down here, they're likely a reference to a Japanese horror film. Another prayer bead. I think I should have enough of those to get another necklace. No, I only have like 2, don't I? I have 3, nice, so I just need 1 more. Light coin purse. Light coin purse. I thought there was more bait down here, but I guess I was wrong. You could say I got jebaited. More spirit emblems. Sculptor's Karma Blood. Increases the maximum number of spirit emblems that can be held. Spirit emblems are manifestations of regret. Those regretful of their vile actions are haunted by many spirit emblems. Blood splattered upon the prosthetic turns to a permanent rust, proof of the user's burden. Alright, there's no water in the outskirts. There is water at the castle, though. I thought there was a treasure carp here. It must not show up until later, though. I didn't parry it because I got hit by a shuriken on the back. Oh, fucking damn it. Never turn your back on a ninja. Rule number 1. Ugh. Well, I guess I actually wanted to go up that way, didn't I? Here's another headless. We'll fight him later.
Who's there?
And I think the only other water to explore is going to be up in Senpo Temple, which is where I'm headed next. See, here's what I mean about the corrupted monk appearing as a spirit and being associated with lightning. Ghosts once lurked the lands of Ashina. The ghost lightning was of the Fountainhead gods, unstoppable by normal means. Avoid ground, reverse the lightning. So Tomoe taught Genichiro her lightning techniques because Tomoe was an Okami. And we can also see lightning attacks caused by the dog enemies that we can fight up there as well. Did I buy everything I needed from Badger?
No, needs
Sure did.
so long.
But he just got killed by friendly cannon fire. I love those accidental long attacks that happen. This guy's just standing over here waiting for his turn to fight. Classic Japanese action stuff. What the hell? There we go. Doing all the optional content before I go and fight Genichiro. Dosaku's note, an old note left by the surgeon Dosaku. My disciples have abandoned me for Dogen. Unwilling to dirty their own hands, they all left me for that hypocritical quack. Dojun, my last disciple. Even if I die, the research must continue. Finish the procedure for Ashina's sake. Got muscle memory built up from having the things in a certain order, and I keep hitting the wrong button. Now, I'm not actually going to complete Dosaku's quest here, so I can basically kill him if I really want to. He's one of the only NPCs we can actually fight right off the bat. But before I fight him, I want you to see that he has the same outfit as the dudes that throw the explosives at us in Senpo. So take a look at this guy's outfit, and notice the similarities between his outfit and Dosaku's outfit. They're basically the exact same, except different color and different ornaments. Is there anything under the water here besides these fish? So here we have a grave site. Whenever you see these anywhere, it means that these are gravestones. So this is a burial site. If we come here after night falls, we also get attacked by spirits. Very primitive but functional elevator that uses water. The only character that's classified as like an engineer in the game is Dogen. And Dogen is also a doctor. He's not just a doctor who works with the ingredients that he found in the Fountainhead Palace, but he also created the prosthetic arm and a bunch of other devices as well. So if Dojun has the same outfit as the dudes from Senpo Temple, and Dogen is also affiliated with Dosaku before he ended up doing experiments with the rejuvenating waters, then it might have been Dogen that made this elevator. Possibly. He's the only person that's being described as being mechanically adept, so.
You. Yes, you.
Hello, talking painting. How's it going?
Those of the Senpo Temple have strayed from Buddha's teachings. They have abandoned their faith, seduced by a search for immortality. Should you be captured, there is no telling what would become of you. You would do well to return the way you came. However, I will not stop you from entering if you are determined to do so. But if you do, please proceed with care. We will pray for your safety. It is the least we can do.
So that was the voice of the Divine Child of the Rejuvenating Waters, who is an NPC we're going to run into later. And when she says we, she's able to commune with the other Divine Children of the Rejuvenating Waters who have passed on, because she's able to visit the same sort of plane of existence that they're on. Later on, when we fight the folding screen monkeys, or after we defeat the folding screen monkeys, we can find the Divine Child chilling out in the room. So I would assume that she's able to like meditate or something and then exist on that plane as well.
They left me here. Where did everyone go? Why did you leave Kotaro behind? Now what do I do?
Why are you crying?
Everyone's gone. I'm all alone.
Who's everyone?
Everyone? Huh? Who? The spinning red and white flowers. Only one pure white flower. pure white flower I cannot find.
What?
My head hurts. Sorry. I have no idea what I'm saying. I've got to find the pure white flower.
See, these are one of the monks of Senpo Temple. As the Divine Child told us a minute ago, they used to worship the Buddha, that's why they're monks, but they have since abandoned their faith in the search for immortality. This is also talked about in the sugars that we see throughout the game. This candy was distributed far and wide in exchange for donations towards costly, undying research. So, to search for immortality is to abandon the teachings of the Buddha. Because Buddhism is all about the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. So, you not only have to accept the suffering that you endure throughout your life, but you also accept that your spirit will pass on after you've died. We have this little kite mechanism here, but if we try to use it, it works, but only as long as we're holding it. And so if we let go, it unwinds and returns to us. So we'll get an ability later on that will help us with that. You can use this grass here to sneak past all these nerds. And the Senpo monks are mountain monks, so they practice Shugendo. So they not only repeat these sort of like mantras and prayers that are associated with Buddhist teachings or whatever, but they also walk up and down the mountain as part of this practice. Jesus. I'll talk more about Shugendo when I'm up at that other spot. And if we use the divine abduction, we can spirit them away. These guys frequently drop their sugars, so they're a good farm. You can see there that they even use the sugars to receive the blessing and get the buffs from them. Also don't use weapons and practice martial arts. The loose interpretation of martial arts is that it's hand-to-hand combat. I mean, there's probably martial arts that include weapons as well. But so the monks did research on people, and they had experiments on them similar to what we saw in the abandoned dungeon, because they were all looking after the same goal. Once the people of Ashina figured out what was going on with the rejuvenating waters, multiple groups decided to abandon the teachings of Buddha and try to seek the power of immortality, essentially replicating what we see between Lord Kuro and the wolf. But it goes back even before these characters, and this is shown to us through the stories of Tomoe and Takeru. Tomoe and Takeru are basically the counterparts of Wolf and Kuro from a previous time. Fuzzy bugs. Where are you, little freaks? Shush. Alright, so we got a bunch of neat statues up here in Mount Congo, showing a bunch of, I guess these are warriors of some sort, and you can see them all standing on top of smaller people. They all have different armor and different weapons, but they're all standing on top of these dudes. This guy has a scroll and a pen, I believe is what that is. So the most notable one is this one here in the middle. They've got multiple arms and multiple faces, as well as having this kind of fire in the background. They wield a sword, a spear, and all these other little artifacts, including a three-pronged bell. A three-pronged bell is what we use to get into the folding screen monkeys boss fight, and it's also an item that we use as part of the fight as well. So one of the endings you can get in Sekiro is Shura. And Shura is likely related to Asura. So when you are a Buddhist, or you believe in Buddhism, depending on whether you have good or bad karma, you can either be reborn as a human again, you can be reborn as an animal, or you go to one of the other planes of existence that exist in the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. One of these options is Asura. Oh, my cat farted. Why do you always fart when I pet you? Oh my god. The Asura are basically demigods. They're not necessarily gods, but they're not necessarily human either. They're somewhere in between. And when you become an Asura, you carry on intense feelings that you had when you were a human. So whether it was vengeance, lust, regret, even possibly, maybe, these intense feelings that we feel throughout our life can determine what form we end up in the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. So when you're an Asura, you are not on Earth anymore. You're on like another plane of existence somewhere. But they too have their own part in the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. So even though they're considered demigods, Asura can still die. And while they're alive on that other plane, they can also either accrue good or bad karmic debt. So if they had bad karma and died as an Asura, they'd probably turn back into a human or an animal or something to that effect. But when we're dealing with Asura, they usually have multiple arms and multiple faces as well. The ending in the game, Shura is basically, because we're a shinobi, we've spent our entire playthrough killing people. Somebody who becomes Shura is overtaken by bloodlust, which is similar to the blood drunkenness that we saw in Bloodborne and that story. And when you become Ashura, you just kill just for the sake of killing. You kill for the joy that it brings you. It doesn't matter whether they're friend or foe or family. You just keep on killing. So Shura is supposed to be something akin to Asura that we were learned about. I'm going to do a quick Google of Asura here just so I can make sure that I'm describing it appropriately. There was also a game that came out a while ago called Asura's Wrath, which you're like this 6-armed dude who basically punches everything to death, and it was super duper badass. Asuras are a class of beings in South Asian religion. They are described as power-seeking clans related to the more benevolent Devas, also known as Suras in Hinduism. Asuras are described in Indian texts as powerful superhuman demigods with bad or good qualities. They are described as having 3 heads with 3 faces each and either 4 or 6 arms. The word is sometimes translated as Titan, demigod, or anti-god. According to the story of Sakra, the Asura were dispossessed of their state because they become drunk and were thrown down Mount Sumeru. After this blah 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 whatever. Always desiring to be superior to others, having no patience for inferiors and belittling strangers, like a hawk flying high above and looking down on others, and yet outwardly displaying justice, worship, wisdom, and faith. This is raising up to the lowest order of good and walking the way of the Asuras. So the reason Asuras are referred to as anti-gods is because they're less than a Deva, but they've also had a war. According to this, there was a war between the Deva and Asura. What the hell is a Deva, though? One of many gods, often roughly divided into sky, air, and earth, divinities on the basis of their identification with their forces of nature. Blah, blah, blah. So samsara is the entire cycle of life, death, and rebirth, including all of the options that can happen when we die and where we end up, whether we remain on Earth and become a human or an animal, or become a Deva or an Asura or something else in one of the other realms. In early Buddhist tradition, samsara cosmology consisted of 5 realms through which the wheel of existence recycled. This included hells, hungry ghosts, animals, humans, and gods. In later traditions, this list grew to a list of 6 realms of rebirth, adding demigods, asuras, which were included in God's realm in earlier traditions. The samsara concept in Buddhism envisions that these 6 realms are interconnected, and everyone cycles life after life, and death is just a state for an afterlife through these realms, because of a combination of ignorance, desires, and purposeful karma, or ethical and unethical actions. Nirvana is typically described as the freedom from rebirth and the only alternative to the suffering of samsara in Buddhism. However, the Buddhist text developed a more comprehensive theory of rebirth from fears of re-death, called amata, a state which is considered synonymous with nirvana. Interesting. So yeah, the main takeaway about all of this crazy crap that I was just rambling on about is that while the game doesn't specify the difference between Asura or Shura, I believe that an Asura is what we become when we die and we go off of Earth and go to another plane of existence. But a Shura in the Sekiro story is something akin to a demon. They're not necessarily the same thing. Like, they're kind of the same thing, because the sculptor was going to become a Shura, but then Ishin cut off his left arm, and this prevented him from becoming a Shura, but it also doomed him as becoming a vessel for the hatred that the war would bring about as it continued to happen. And this is what causes him to become a demon. He changes form into a demon. I believe that demon is something entirely different in the samsara cycle. So if you become an asura, you go somewhere else. But if you go to hell, you become a demon. Demons throughout multiple different cultures are associated with hell, or like a bad outcome of your life. Demons can also be misconstrued as just being like a bad spirit, for example. But there's a difference between a yokai and a demon, as far as I am loosely aware. So, yeah, I think that covers everything. Let's move on. Oh, man. As somebody who, like, is just kind of getting introduced to Buddhism, it's so hard to get the terminology for all this stuff right. Alright, so all the crickets in this area, see how they're passive? They don't attack me at all. They're just sitting there freaking out, making noise. If I go up here and try to loot this gourd seed, this monk will attack us and puke on us, and when he pukes on us, the crickets become aggroed onto us. Crickets are coming out of him too, I think. Gross. Oh, he's puking up crickets and centipedes. Disgusting. So it doesn't matter if we kill this guy with fire or any other means. He is weak to fire. But because this monk is infested, he is also undying. So he'll always come back from the dead and continue to puke bugs at us. Oh, gross. Puke. Sag.
Fruits of the serpent, yes. There are two kinds. One is fresh, the other is dried. It's over there. The fresh one is over there. Over the cliff, through the hole. That's where you'll find it.
Fresh? What are you talking about?
Something troubling you? Rice for me, that's the way. Rice, I say. If something troubles your mind, bless me with rice anytime. Have any rice? Rice from the divine child. Ah, fruits of the serpent. It's a fresh. That's where. Right. Yes, very good. What devotion. If only someone like you could stand with the divine child. Those monk scoundrels always chase me away. Oh, divine child. Yes, very good. What devotion. If only someone like you could stand with the divine child. Those monk scoundrels.
Oh, she's not giving me anything. What the heck, lady? Give me the things.
Yes, very good. What devotion. If only so.
Oh, I thought she was giving me stuff. I just wasted those balloons. Oh well. Alright, so here's where we start to see the Jizo statues, as well as the pinwheels, but I will talk more about that later. Here we can see a giant, weird-looking tree, and it also has a Shimenawa around it. Shimenawa act as guides for kami, which are spirits, and trees in the Shinto religion, the Japanese belief in spirits or gods, is that trees and other objects can inhabit spirits. So lengths of rice straw rope are used to invite these spirits into the tree as a vessel, and then other ornaments are used to ward off evil spirits as well. That's also what all these spirit emblems here represent, is that it's not that the trees have become vessels for revenge or for regret, but the spirit emblems literally represent the spirits of the deceased. So those spirits are able to inhabit the tree and hang around it. But they can also inhabit us, which is why we use them as a resource for the prosthetic arm. Fuck that up. An interesting thing here is that you can use these bushes to stealth through the area, but the fire arrow guys will actually destroy all the bushes with these fire arrows. I got a lot of sen from killing all these dudes. Holy shit. How did they... Whatever. As you can see up there, this particular idol is called Shugendo. Shugendo, sorry, roughly translates to mountain monks. Or if monks practice Shugendo, they are mountain monks. Shugendo is the way of trial and practice. Blah, blah, blah. Shinto, mountain worship, and Buddhism. The final purpose of Shugendo is for practitioners to find supernatural power and save themselves and the masses by conducting a religious training while treading through steep mountain ranges. Earlier on, we could see the monks walking up and down the mountain while repeating a mantra. A mantra is a word or a set of words that you repeat in a meditative kind of state. The Shugendo worldview includes a large pantheon of deities, which include both Buddhist and Shinto figures. So Buddhism and Shinto are not the same thing, but there are groups that recognize both and recognize all the deities within. Interesting. Oh, check it out. Look at this. So I'm just looking for Shugendo here and learning about how it's the mountain monk practice. But if I look at this link here, the Vajrayana Buddhism, we can actually see the artifacts that we see later on. These three-pronged golden things, and the pronged bell, which we used during the folding screen monkey fight. Vajrayana are names referring to Buddhist traditions associated with Tantra and secret mantra, which developed in the medieval Indian subcontinent and went to Asia, Mongolia, blah blah blah. A Vajra is a ritual weapon symbolizing the properties of a diamond and a thunderbolt. And Vajrayana loosely translates to thunderbolt vehicle or diamond vehicle. Interesting. Now what is this Ganta stuff? A ritual bell used in Hinduistic religious practices. Hindu temples generally have one metal bell hanging at the entrance, and devotees ring the bell while entering the temple. So bells aren't just used to trap demons, they're also used in rituals as we enter and exit temples. Huh. The mantra chanted while ringing the bell. I ring this bell indicating the invocation of divinity so that virtuous and noble forces enter, and the demonic and evil forces from within and without depart. Interesting. So the Vajra, which is this thing that we'll see later on and earlier on, represents firmness of spirit and spiritual power. And it's an example of the carryover from Hinduism into the Buddhist practices that we see in Japan and other parts of Asia. Interesting. Neat. Oh yeah, this guy has his eye covered. He's a beast. Beast confirmed. This game's just like Bloodborne. Oh.
Here to purchase an offering.
Another one.
Where you find the departed, you'll find the memorial mob. There'll be none to mourn you, should you forget the Buddha. Go ahead, buy an offering.
Persimmon, a red ripe persimmon ready to eat. For a time, allows one to recover posture even when attacking or taking damage. Typically, the only way to recover posture is to do a death blow with a talent or to stand there and block as long as you have enough health to do it. Ashina persimmons are particularly nutritious, perhaps because the trees grow in such pure water. Persimmons become blood, blood becomes rice. This may be of help to one short of blood. This is a hint to when we talk to the Divine Child later on, and we can use persimmons to help heal her, and she'll produce more rice for us. Five-color rice. A gourd with five-colored rice used by shinobi as landmarks, intended to be spread on the ground in recognizable patterns. The white gourd is blessed with fertility, and resting at a sculptor's idol will replenish it. The rice is not edible, however. I thought there was like a butterfly or something on it. So I need 1600.
Cat. Method.
So throughout Dark Souls and Bloodborne and everything, there's always been items we can drop on the ground to use as landmarks. So we use the five-color rice the same way. We drop it on the ground. Well, it only has one charge right now. Oh well. And we can see these from like way, way far away, and we can use those to either basically as landmarks to let us know if we've been in that area or not. The game is fairly linear, however, so there's no real like particular use for it. I thought it was part of the quest line because the lady asks for rice, but she wants the rice that comes specifically from the Divine Child. See, if you use a Ganshin's sugar and you're a little bit sneakier than I am, you can go around this way, and you can at least get a death blow on the first one here. But if you just proceed around to the Shugendo idol, you can do it the way that I just did it. Those Straw Hat guys are notoriously difficult to fight, especially because you usually end up fighting multiple of them. They do a lot of damage and they have some range attacks, but when they jump in the air, you can hit them out of the air with a shuriken. Whole bunch of gravestones next to a Mibu Balloon of Spirit. Mibu Balloons of Spirit are gifts to the departed. May the departed rest in peace. Can't get around over that way yet. I gotta go up here first. These guys don't have the same type of hats that we saw earlier, so they don't have the right kind of defense. But the Senpo rats do come from here originally, so... Can't remember where I... Nope, not there. Oh, I can drop down over there. So here we have the lone white flower that Kotaro was trying to find. White pinwheel, a small pinwheel made of white paper, found below a cliff at Mount Congo. Perhaps it was carried there by the wind. It is simply a single pure white pinwheel. Only the child is right here. More monkey booze. Here we get to finally unlock this door that we ran into right at the beginning of the game, basically. Taking us to the Demon Bell. So the white pinwheel is part of Kotaro's quest. Leela, what are you doing? And I'll talk more about the pinwheels and everything in just a moment. Here we can see a whole bunch of red and white pinwheels and some Jizo statues. Jizo statues are something you give to a mourning parent who has lost an infant, whether they be a baby or a stillborn infant. you would give them a Jizo statue to offer your mourning to them. And pinwheels are children's toys. So you would either lay a Jizo statue at the grave of a child, or you could also put down a red and white pinwheel. A small pinwheel made of red and white paper, found about halfway up Mount Congo. The red and white pinwheel simply spin round and round. Everyone is right here. So we have the everyone is right here, and then the single white pinwheel says only the child is right here. So these statues and these pinwheels represent all the children that were sacrificed by the monks at Senpo Temple in their undying research. And the white pinwheel off by itself represents the lone survivor, the divine child of the rejuvenating waters. Small Buddha effigy bound in red cloth, raised in prayer between one's palms to restore a node of resurrective power. To ensway the Jizo statue is to express feelings of parental love. The bundle of cloth is to at least ensure that the little one goes on in peace. So I was doing a little bit of research on Jizo, and this research helped me figure out a bunch of stuff in Bloodborne as well. When traveling in Japan, you may see statues dressed in red cloth. They are representations of Jizo, the Buddhist divinity loved by most Japanese people. The Jizo Bodhisattva, or Ojizo-san. A Bodhisattva is somebody trying to be like the Buddha. It can also be a term that's used to describe the deities in the Buddhism and Shinto religions. Is a deity fondly loved by Japanese people. You will find Jizo statues in many places, in Buddhist temples, graveyards, at the side of the road in the countryside, and even sometimes, less commonly though, in cities. The primary role of Jizo is to protect children. This explains why in Studio Ghibli's animation movie My Neighbor Totoro, when Little May gets lost, she finds refuge next to Jizo statues. Jizo also protects the souls of children who passed away and unborn babies. In Japanese beliefs, it is thought that the soul of children who died before their parents, consequently making their parents suffer, cannot cross the river to the afterlife. They remain on the side of the river, having to pile stones as an act of penance. Devils or yokai come to try and destroy these stone towers, and this is when Ojizo-san appears to save them and hide them in his red cloth. He then looks after them as a guardian in replacement of their parents. The other central role of Jizo is to protect travelers, which is why you will often find Jizo statues on the side of roads, like in this picture here. Why are Jizo statues dressed in red clothing? Japanese people believe that red is the color to defend against evil since ancient times. Babies are vulnerable, so their parents dress them in red to protect them from illness and danger. Jizo statues also wear red bibs because the worshippers offer baby bibs and hoods. Some wish for protection, and others who have lost their baby pray for the spirits to go to heaven without suffering. Grieving parents also give them toys as an offering. People sometimes also build stone or pebble towers next to them, wishing to help the deceased children in their penance. Jizo statues can be subject to local traditions. One example is the Okake Jizo that can be found in Takahara City, near Hiroshima Prefecture. This Jizo is believed to fulfill one's wishes if the Jizo feels lighter than expected while holding it and reciting the Jizo's mantra, Onkakaka Bisame Sawaka 3 times. So yeah, TLDR, the statues represent dead children, and Jizo is a deity in the Shinto religion that protects these children and acts as their parents in the afterlife. This also explains the piles of stones and seashells that we see in Bloodborne, because there's a few different stories in Bloodborne about dead infants as well as dead parents. Oh, so red velvet cake is like a holy protective cake. Interesting.
For the sake of my son, put down your sword.
I will not.
You are a fool.
You can see how much posture damage the spring-loaded axe does. See ya. If you try to attack that guy, you'll barely do any damage, and if you perform a death blow on him, you need to use your sword to perform the death blow, and his armor is presumed to be impenetrable, so the only way to actually kill him is to knock him off the ledge in the bridge. The axe not only gives you poise when you're swinging it, but the follow-up attack, as well as the main attack, do a shit ton of posture damage, so you can just fly through the fight using this prosthetic tool. A latent skill that recovers posture upon performing a successful death blow, Breath of Nature's Shadow. A shinobi must prepare for battles in which he is outnumbered. After killing an enemy, one must exhale, expelling both regret and reaffirming one's core to regain posture. Experiencing battles with stronger opponents further deepens this moment of exhalation. We read in the firecracker item that Robert and his father sailed across from southern seas, and they sold the firecrackers in order to fund their trip because they heard about the monks and their undying research, and they figured that would be a way to save Robert from his illness. Unfortunately, because the divine child of the rejuvenating waters is the only survivor of the children that were sacrificed by the Senpo monks in their research, it's basically confirmed that Robert's dead. So the armored warrior is essentially protecting the way up to the rest of Senpo Temple in vain, believing that his child is, going to receive some treatment instead of being dead. I also found out that people from Portugal and Spain in their conquest went all the way around the continent and traveled up to places like the Philippines and Indonesia and Japan. So while the description says that they sailed across from southern, or that the firecrackers come from across southern seas, Robert and his father may not have necessarily come from Philippines or Indonesia, but the appearance of his armor may suggest possibly that they are possibly from either Portugal or Spain. Sixth prayer necklace. The centipedes will seek out a leader, often changing names out of loyalty. Centipede chiefs are known as long arms for their large talon-like weapons. The centipedes are the little scurrying guys with the bugged out eyes who are gonna throw explosives at us later on. Orc. Hello, monkey. Get down from there. Monkey. Gravestone. Yeah, so jumping does make it do more damage. Interesting. Here's another set of tombstones next to a bunch of the bodies that are all tied up and unceremoniously laid here. Oh, you can see Ashina Castle in the distance. I never noticed that before. So a bunch of graves next to a Mibu balloon of spirit. You can usually find balloons of spirit at grave sites. Filled with fountainhead water, imbued with a blessing of sympathy. Chance increases your chance of getting spirit emblems for a period of time. This balloon expresses mourning for the dearly departed. Red and white pinwheels are offered in fond remembrance. Because this is a grave site, if we come here after night falls, we will be beset upon by spirits. Oh yeah, and this is a persimmon tree here. Spirit emblem is over top of the bodies of the dead. Hey. Don't you be talking about dinner. I am a very hungry boy right now. You can see here some discarded gravestones, and these aren't Buddha statues, but these are the same statues that we saw in that room that I pointed out earlier when I went on a huge rant about Shura and Asura. But you can also see that some of the statues here depict people with multiple hands. Tons of hands, actually. Holy shit. Oh yeah, I forgot to point out earlier that the main statue that depicted the Asura, they're standing atop a bunch of lotus flowers, as well as the statue that takes us, or the sculpture that takes us to the Harada estate. If you look at the base of the statue, there's a lotus flower underneath. But I'll point out one of those later on here anyway. How did they... I mean... Oh, this guy saw me. Wonder. Blocked a full charge attack. Whole bunch more Jizo statues and red and white pinwheels here. Is this door openable? Ashina Castle in the distance. The rat enemies typically drop Kachin's sugar because it's the sugar that refers to them. They're also supposed to be like sneaky little spy dudes. The High Senpo priest gave this candy to a band of short but adept assassins. The assassins do Senpo's dirty work. Once hired guards, now extensions of the monk's will in their quest for undeath. If you could all attack me at once, that would be preferred, please. I got two of them that one. Shit, we actually jumped over it. Destroyed. So yeah, we have another centipede boy here. Fire does the most damage to it, but it won't kill it. If you take a look at the attack pattern of the centipede, it's very similar to what we see in the second stage of the Guardian Ape fight. These lumps of fatty wax form inside the body in rare circumstances. Considered omens of disease, they are known to grow larger as the illness worsens. And we can see here that a bunch of this stuff has been extracted from the people they were experimenting on. Now here we have some paintings of, I believe, the Senpo priests that we see. Or we only see one of them, really. But, there's one of the symbols that I was talking about earlier. There's a wheel, likely representing the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. I looked up that thing earlier. It's basically a weapon, but it's like a ritual weapon, and it's used to symbolize strength of spirit. And yeah, these are probably the Senpo High Priests, who have now since either passed on or turned into sentient crows. But yeah, take a look at how this thing attacks. It's basically the exact same as the Guardian Ape's attack pattern in Phase 2. So centipedes represent the infested or the undying. Centipedes in Japan are huge and notoriously hard to kill. They also represent impurity because they have to lay their eggs in stagnant or still bodies of water. Some animals lay their eggs in flowing, fresh water because they have the resilience and the strength to withstand the current. But other species of insects and other creatures, in order for them to lay their eggs, it has to be in still or stagnant bodies of water. Stagnant bodies of water stagnate over time. There's no fresh water coming in, and so as the water sits there, it becomes more and more impure. But even though it's considered impure and like vile and disgusting, it still ends up becoming a bed for certain types of life in order to flourish. This is a theme that we also see prevalent in Bloodborne, but the main contrast between Bloodborne's story and Sekiro's story is that the Great Ones in Bloodborne's story are firmly rooted in impurity and vileness and stagnation. The church wants to uphold a sense of purity and pure blood, but because their blood was taken from the Chalice dungeons and is Great One blood, the concept of purity in Bloodborne is mostly a falsehood set by to the healing church to proclaim that they are faithful and righteous. But the fact of the matter is, in Bloodborne, you cannot rid the curse from the blood. They're one on the same. So while everything ends up being based on impurity in Bloodborne, in Sekiro, we actually have the contrast. We have the infested and the undying, represented by the centipedes and undeath, which is like a zombie kind of like state. And then you have the Everblossoms and the dragon and Kuro and wolf, which represent the flowing waters of rejuvenation and immortality and resurrection. That's just a fistful of ash there. I'm not going to bother looting it. that up pretty bad. I'm just gonna reload. Why does it... That's why we find yellow gunpowder here. It's got something to do with the centipedes as well. So if you drop down from above, you can get an easy death blow on the centipede, or the long arm. I can't really remember the other long arm's name, but one of these guys is named Long Arm Giraffe, but I'm pretty sure it's either a localization error of some sort, because I think it's supposed to be Giraffu, and giraffe, or Giraffu is like the Japanese version of the name giraffe, but I think that what happened was the Japanese name for the character was Giraffu, but when the localization team saw the name, they just implied it was supposed to be giraffe. So there's nothing about these guys that implies they're a giraffe or anything, but last protagonist mentioned something about the word for Giraffu having something to do with persimmons. I can't really remember what the hell the context was, to be honest, but I know there's a lot of questions about why one of the long arms is referred to as giraffe, and I'm pretty sure it's probably just a localization error. However, I don't know the facts, so, you know, who knows. Here we have another one of the three-pronged or four-pronged bells, as well as these things. So when I was looking up Shugendo, which is the name of one of the idols we have in this area, I came across Vajrayana Buddhism. And you can see the same artifacts here. A Vajra is a ritual weapon symbolizing the properties of a diamond indestructibility, and a thunderbolt, irresistible force. According to the Hindu religion, the Vajra is considered one of the most powerful weapons in the universe. The use of the Vajra as a symbolic and ritual tool spread from Hinduism to other religions in India and other parts of Asia. In the tantric traditions of Buddhism, the Vajra is a symbol for the nature of reality, indicating endless creativity, potency, and skillful activity. The Vajra and bell are used in many rites. It is a symbol that represents many things for the Tantrika, including, like, spiritual strength. Some deities are shown holding each the Vajra and the bell in separate hands, symbolizing the union of the forces of compassion and wisdom, respectively. Like the statues that we saw earlier, they had multiple arms and they were holding different artifacts. Priests and devotees ring bells during rituals. Together, these ritual implements represent the inseparability of wisdom and compassion in the enlightened mind stream. The sound made by the bells is regarded as very auspicious and is believed to drive out evil spirits from where the evil is being performed. Auspicious is a word used to describe the stone that we saw earlier. Conductive to success or favorable, giving or of success characterized by success and prosperity. Huh. So an auspicious omen is something that pertains to being prosperous at the end of the day. Huh. Interesting. We also have a bunch of centipedes all over the ground here, as well as monks that were mummified while meditating. Soku Shinbutsu are a kind of Buddhist mummy. In Japan, they are believed to have induced their own death by starvation. A mountain-dwelling version of Buddhism called Shugendo emerged in Japan. In medieval Japan, this tradition developed a process for mummification, which a monk completed over about 3,000 days. It involved a strict diet called moku jiki, which means literally eating a tree. The diet abstained from any cereals and relied on pine needles, resins, and seeds found in the mountains, which would eliminate all fat in the body. Increasing rates of fasting and meditation would lead to starvation. The monks would slowly reduce then stop liquid intake, thus dehydrating the body and shrinking all organs. The monks would die in a state of meditation while chanting a mantra about the Buddha, and their body would become naturally preserved as a mummy with skin and teeth intact without decay and without the need of any artificial preservatives. Many Buddhist mummies have been found in northern Japan, which is where Ashina is said to be set, and estimated to be centuries old, while texts suggest that hundreds of these cases are buried in the stupas and mountains of Japan. A stupa is like a dome that houses religious artifacts and people. Jesus. So you eat pine needles and seeds, and then subsist off not drinking any fluids, shrinking all your organs and mummifying yourself. That's brutal. That's freaking brutal, man. Now here we have another Buddhist idol. It's kind of similar to one that we saw when we were in the forest leading up to that other temple. Got a flower in a vase here. And here's what I meant about the lotus flowers. Several of the idols and statues that we see in the game are on top of these little things. And this is essentially the base of a lotus flower. We can also see this on the hilt of the Black Mortal Blade. Lotus flowers represents rejuvenation and rebirth and purity, which is also what the white pinwheel represents alongside the divine child or rejuvenating waters. How dare you? What? Oh no, I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh, clutched it. Get away from me, you lousy freaking geckos. It's stupid. I can't even see the thing. It's just so well camouflaged. Hello, gentlemen. Don't mind me. Just passing through. Hey, Cabretti, what's up, man? Oh, I was gonna... If you don't come here too late, you can actually just hide behind the wall and then get a free death blow on this dude. What? There's still somebody alive? Alright. You guys better... Get fucked. Come on now. When the bar fills up, they don't notice you immediately. They become aware of your existence. So you can bait people out of position by having the bar fill and then running away. So they'll look for me, they'll eventually turn around, and then I can get a free backstab on him. His friends are probably going to notice me though. But that's fine. For some reason these guys can't enter this place. Here we have another giant lotus flower looking thing. Oh, this is the same as the statue that we saw in the water earlier. We get a dragon's blood droplet here, because dragon's blood droplet, it says right in the description that they are rarely dropped by a divine heir of the dragon's heritage. The divine child of the rejuvenating waters isn't a true divine heir of the dragon's heritage, but because they were actually successful in producing at least one of them, the divine child of the rejuvenating waters basically represents the Senpo monks trying to create something like Kuro. And even though it took a lot of child sacrifices in order to get that far, there was at least one successful case. So yeah, we saw one of these statues in the water below. Whole bunch of arms on this motherfucker. So this is what I was saying before when I was fighting Amygdala, or Amygdala in Bloodborne, is that one of the inspirations behind that particular great one having a bunch of eyes, or arms, sorry, might have been the Buddhist imagery. That's just a shot in the dark, though. I like these little dudes. There's some turtles with snakes on their backs as candle holders. You can see more lotus flowers here. You can tell they're lotus flowers because of the lotus pods. Do you mind? Trying to fill some lore over here, you little bastards. And yeah, there's more lotus flower things here as well.
Children of the rejuvenating waters, forgive me, that child. She's the only one left. She must be lonely, trapped in that room by herself. She must be so lonely. You there? Who are you? What business do you have with Senpo Temple?
An interesting thing about this guy is that you can technically get all the other ingredients for the divine aroma before you come here. And if you have the divine aroma on you, he recognizes it almost immediately.
I'm told that a special holy person lives here.
Remarkably holy. That would be the child, I imagine. But she's not here anymore. It's my fault. The child, she's confined within the inner sanctum. It's impossible to see her now.
I see.
Are you a shinobi? If that's the case, then actually, I have a favor to ask of you. The child wanted to know the reason for her fate. If you do see her by some chance, please give her this. It's the least I can do for my own atonement.
Holy Chapter Infested, a passage describing a journey to enlightenment. For an age I have been blessed by the worm. To be undying is to walk the eternal path to enlightenment. Thus I must become enlightened to understand why I cannot die. It is said that the holy dragon's origins were in the west, so I wonder how did the worm come to be bestowed upon me. So what we come to find out that the dragon's homecoming quest, of which this page is a part of, is that the divine dragon isn't in its rightful home. It came here from the west and was deposited into the Fountainhead Palace, or the Divine Realm, however you want to interpret it, because of the water and soil of the lands of Ashina, which is said to attract the gods. So, the ending, that the Dragon's Homecoming ending, implies that we have to return the dragon's heritage to its original home in order to end the curse of the divine heritage, which is how the divine child refers to it as. Earlier, Kuro said that he doesn't believe the dragon's blood to be sacred, and that's because the reason why it's corrupting the lives of men around it and having all this bad stuff happen is because the dragon's heritage must be returned home in order to end the curse.
All right.
Is there something else? This temple. It's no longer a place where decent people should be. Oh, that smell. So you're the one who works for the divine heir of the dragon's blood.
That's right.
The divine heir is truly exalted. But exalted or not, man is still man. Oh, I'm so foolish that I didn't understand that myself. Don't leave your divine heir on his own. Leave. It's too late to regret once you've already lost them.
Make a lot of money in this place. I keep spending money and then getting a bunch of it again. Pretty sure you get a bulging for fighting all those guys. I'm not sure if you just have to kill one of them or kill all of them, but that's the easiest way to go about dealing with those dudes. Fighting them all at the same time is basically a death sentence. And I'll end up coming back to this site later. But this is where we get the final item for that part of the quest. I guess I should probably look at all these dudes while I'm here. So if you take a look at all these monks, the other monks that became infested, they're undying. But if we take a look at these guys, the centipedes that are all over them aren't moving anymore. So they're undying, but they still found a way to die, I guess. And this is another one of the Senpo High Priests. You can tell from the outfit that he wears and his very large hat. And for the Dragon's Homecoming quest, we have to end up coming back here and receiving an item from this guy's corpse. Another page of the Infested, I believe. So here we have another eroded and desecrated statue of the Buddha, symbolizing the corruption of the monks at Mount Senpo. Senpo esoteric text. Those at the Senpo temple mastered martial arts in the pursuit of virtue. They considered strong fists and strict discipline essential against Buddha's enemies. However, Senpo temple was seized by an obsession for the undying, which corrupted their teachings and style. So this not only teaches us martial arts skills, but there's also a bunch of latent skills that increase our item discovery and the amount of money that we can find as well. If you come here early enough, you can find the High Senpo Priest here. But if you don't come to Senpo until later and you still need the Holy Chapter Infested, you can jump off of here and go into the pond below. And when you dive beneath the surface, you'll find the page in the water. I usually go about this game on in the same path on each of these lore playthroughs. But once you get to Ashina Castle, there's actually a bunch of different ways you can go. And you can actually hold off on Senpo Temple right up until almost the end of the game. Praying strikes. Using successive elbow and arm strikes, unleash a flurry of quick attacks that inflict damage while preventing counterattack. The strikes are both a martial art and a form of prayer. Without strength, one cannot defeat the enemies of Buddha. You might recognize this as the same sort of strikes that the monks were using. And it not only does damage, but it also defends against attack as well.
I'm glad you've...
Ooh.
Goodbye.
What is it?
I think I'll get this one first. Okinaga's Flame Vent, a barrel containing smoldering resin that acts as an explosive catalyst. Emits a short-range flame blast. Continuous fire damage will inflict the burn status. It is able to maintain a continuous stream of flames due to the smoldering resin inside of the tomb mechanism. So instead of just doing like a flash of fire, you turn it into a literal flamethrower and you can just... But it costs spirit emblems as you continue to use it. Loaded Spear Thrust type. Unleashes far-reaching thrust attacks. Lighter enemies struck by the spear may be dragged towards the wielder. Can also tear poorly fitting armor from heavier foes. Store energy in the spring mechanism and use as momentum for successive and relentless thrust attacks. Giggity.
Scum.
Yeah, I really need to finish this dragon rod stuff. I don't know why I haven't been able to...
Hey there, still have...
I guess I'm just not dying enough.
Until next time.
Until next. Okay, what am I, You know what? I gotta go to the washroom. I'll be right back, and then I gotta figure out what the hell I'm doing. I think I've basically done everything except for fight Genichiro at this point. Alright, let's go fuck up Genichiro. Pretty sure there's like nothing else for me to do at this point. Everything is basically gated behind Genichiro. Oh, I never went to the water at the Harada estate. I also have a shit ton of treasure carp scales, so I can get another one of the items here if I missed any. You're a cat? You're not even real? Oh, the floating passage text. Hell yeah.
Listen, I want to become a card. A giant card that will continue growing and live a long, long life. A card that never grows old. Listen, I want a I thank you for your kindness. Please, bring more scales soon.
So yeah, these mist nobles in the jars, they not only, or pots, sorry, they not only exalt the giant carp, but they wish to become one themselves. Alright, I should absolutely destroy Genichiro, I hope. I've done every friggin' side mission available. Floating passage. Overwhelming enemies with flowing dance-like movements. While an Ashina combat art, it was taught by an outsider, and as such is considered heretical. The master of this technique crossed the floating passage and descended to Ashina. Her name was Tomoe. Forgot to equip it. Yeah, you can notice this combo as being the combo that Genichiro uses in his fight. We can also see the Akami warrior women use this combo because Tomoe was an Okami. Big ol' fish dragon.
How is grandfather?
Lord Ishinis. It's a wonder he is still with us. a miracle.
Is that so? Divine Heir, I'll ask you once more. Accept me into your immortal oath.
I cannot do that, Lord Genichiro. Your victory that day means nothing. He will risk his life to take me home. For he is my shinobi.
My lord, I have come for you. This will only take a moment.
Let's see. For as long as you are alive, the dragon's blood can never be mine.
Face me.
Shinobi, I didn't think I'd see you.
Hey Orphan, what's up, man? It was a grab, so the jumping doesn't matter.
The power of the dragon's blood that will kill you as many times as it takes.
Holy shit.
I'm not finished yet. Shinobi, Divine Heir.
Holy shit.
Impressive, Shinobi of the Divine Heir.
Yeah, but there's a reason why he survives it at least.
Would you not answer to a different lord?
Heresy.
Heresy, you say? If it is for the sake of preserving Ashina.
Been chugging that sentiment.
For heretical strength. I will endure any burden. Behold the lightning of Tomoe.
Absolutely correct. Oh my god. Absolutely fucking destroyed. Oh my god. As the code dictates, the wolf swore vengeance on Genichiro Ashina. The master must be saved at all costs. If he is taken, return him home. Blood smoke ninjutsu. Ninjutsu techniques that turns the spraying blood of a victim to smoke. Cost spirit emblems to use, activated after a backstab death blow. The smoke screen allows one to retake the element of surprise. Life or death struggle defines a shinobi for whom a kill is a source of strength. So when we perform a backstab death blow, we release a bloody mist, and we can use this mist not only to escape, but also to get another death blow on an enemy that may have already noticed us.
You were victorious, I see.
Are you?
I mean you no harm. Shinobi of the divine Lord Genichiro, is this the rejuvenating waters?
Ashina, this land is everything to me. For her sake, I will shed humanity itself.
Resurrection.
Yes. Indeed. So.
Born a peasant, Genichiro Ashina was taken in by the Ashina after his mother's death. With his country on the brink of defeat, Genichiro took to heretical arts and mastered the lightning of Tomoe. Such heresy may be the key to saving her. The lightning of Tomoe is considered heretical because at one point the Yoshina and the Okami were at war. We read a note earlier about how the Okami descended in spirit form and attacked the Yoshina with lightning. Tomoe is one of the Okami, as we can see evidenced by the floating passage and the lightning that we see used in the Fountainhead Palace. Most of the dialogue and item descriptions that talk about Genichiro refer to the land of Ashina as being in a female state. So when it says such heresy may be the key to saving her, the her in question is the land of Ashina. I believe that if Genichiro was taken after his mother's death, he has basically, he considers Genichiro his adoptive grandfather, but he considers the land of Ashina itself to be his mother. So it assumes a female form in his eyes. Hope you guys like exposition. This is my favorite part of the run because I don't have to say anything for like 10 minutes.
I've managed to fulfill my master's orders. I give you my thanks.
Who exactly do you serve?
Ishin Ashina. I am a doctor in the service of Lord Ishin.
Why were you ordered to help me?
Lord Ishin has no desire to use the power of the dragon's heritage. That is why he
tried to help Lord Kuro escape Ashina.
Correct.
The message I found in the well, That was your doing?
Also correct. My duties have concluded. But there's someone I think you'd like to see. Lord Kuro is downstairs.
When did you lose your path, Lord Genichiro?
I have come for you, my lord.
Yes, you did well to come here.
Let us go. We must leave Ashina.
Wolf, my blood. The blood of the dragon causes men to become undying. The same goes for you.
Yes, my lord.
I wished to save you. I'm sure that I would do the same thing given another chance. However, undying begets stagnation. The immortal oath, the rejuvenating waters, the dragon rot, they all corrupt men to the point that they no longer live as men. I wish to sever the chains of stagnation bred by the dragon's heritage. Wolf, will you help me achieve this aim?
So it doesn't matter how this undying power, the power of rejuvenation, is used. As long as it is used, it will corrupt the lives of men, and it will breed stagnation. Stagnation is represented by the dragon rot that we see, which causes the coughing and dying of people. And there was at one point in history where a ton of people caught the dragon rot, and they all died because there was no cure. So, until the dragon's heritage is returned to its home, it is basically cursing the lands of Ashina. The same kind of thing can be said for like the old blood in Bloodborne. People are trying to find ways to do experiments to refine these mediums of power, but they are essentially cursing the people around them no matter what they do until they are returned home. If we obey the Iron Code and protect Kuro here, it doesn't make a difference. It forces us to help him.
Father, I cannot break the Iron Code. I cannot. To protect you, the divine heir. That was the duty my father entrusted to me.
How many times have you died and come back to life for my sake? 2, 3 times? Or perhaps a number so large that it cannot be counted?
As it was for the purpose of defending my lord, the number does not matter.
I do not wish to bind you to an eternity of undeath. Wolf, join me in my quest to sever the ties of immortality.
As you wish.
Thank you, loyal wolf. If we are seeking to sever the immortal ties, I know a good place to start. Wolf, look at this.
Immortal Severance Text. A book from Kuro on the art of severing ties with the dragon's heritage. It looks old, the binding is torn, and several pages are missing. Herein describes the means to perform the rite of immortal severance. Behind the Fountainhead Palace, locate the sanctuary and imbibe the tears of the holy dragon of the divine realm. It says it's a book from Kuro, but I kind of wonder if it's actually a book from Takeru.
It's an ancient record that was kept in Ashina Castle.
Sacred dragon tears from the divine realm.
Yes, it is my belief that with the dragon tears, it may be possible to sever the dragon's heritage.
But the divine realm? How do we...
I know. Wolf, that incense burner over there, it belonged to a person of interest. Take a look.
Is there something special about it?
I'm told that long ago, there was another divine heir living here in Ashina Castle. His name was Lord Takeru. This incense burner belonged to him.
Where is he now?
He died a long time ago, apparently. Wrapped in the aroma of the fountainhead, I returned to the divine realm. Those are supposedly the words he left behind.
You're saying the scent of the fountainhead is the key to reaching the divine realm?
That is my belief. Wolf, let us discover the truth together. Now, as to how we begin our search. I am certain some of Lord Takeru's books remain in this castle. Books that he collected in order to find the divine realm. I will search for them.
In addition to finding a way to reach the divine realm, might we also look into how we might sever the immortal ties?
A fine suggestion. Talk to Ishin. If anyone knows the answer, it is him. Wolf, come with me. Lord Ishin is not within this castle citadel. I'm told he is recuperating in one of these watchtowers. However, the path to his watchtower is closed. His health is a little...
How do I get in?
On the roof. There's a path patrolled by the Nightjar Ninja. It's intended for shinobi, but I imagine that won't be a problem for you.
I've heard the Nightjar use smoke signals as landmarks.
Yes. So if you follow their smoke signals, you should be able to reach Lord Ishin, and you can use this window to reach the roof. Find Lord Ishin, and ask if he knows how we might sever the ties of immortality. He's recuperating in one of the watchtowers outside this castle keep. Reach the roof from that open window.
My lord is not in this castle keep. He is in one of the separate watchtowers. But Lord Ishin is not well. Which is why entry into his tower is not allowed.
Too bad, I'm going anyway. Good old exposition time. Genichiro. Tengu outfit. So in case you had any doubts that Ishin was the Tengu, here's your proof right there, nerds.
About the Divine Heir's life.
Yes?
There is something I wish to ask.
Before that, sake.
What?
You earned it. Take it.
Unrefined sake. This is the same sake that we get from the drunkard enemies. A bottle of cloudy unrefined sake given by Ishin. Sake is a drink meant for sharing. This cloudy sake is one of Ishin Ashina's favorites. It has a rich, full-bodied flavor. On the other hand, it has a reputation for getting one too drunk too quickly.
My grandson, Genichiro, was bewitched by the rejuvenating waters. You did well to put a stop to that for me. You have my thanks.
I merely followed the code my father taught me.
Ah, the Iron Code of the Shinobi. I see. So you're the son of Owl. That boy he found during the rebellion.
Yes.
And your travels brought you here. The bonds that tie us are so deeply amusing. Don't you think, Sekiro? So what do you wish to know?
The only character in the game that refers to Wolf as Sekiro was the Tengu. So when Ishin calls us Sekiro, Wolf immediately knows who he is.
The Divine Heir's desire is to sever the ties of immortality. I want to know how it can be done.
The Mortal Blade. If you had such a weapon, it may be the key to what you are after.
The Mortal Blade?
With it, you could kill one who cannot die through normal means.
One who cannot die?
The Infested, I believe they're called. I have not seen one before, but it said you could stab them through the heart, or remove their head, and they wouldn't die. If the stories are true, they'd surely be quite fearsome. To kill a monster such as that, you'd need the Mortal Blade.
Where is this Mortal Blade?
I've heard it's held in Sempo Temple. However, they say the Mortal Blade cannot be drawn.
What do you mean?
I am not certain of the meaning. It's just hearsay. The gates to that temple are closed now, though. Who knows what those degenerates are doing shut away up there in the mountains. There aren't any decent roads leading there.
So I know I have unrefined sake and monkey booze, so I'll give those to him. I got multiples of them. If you want to do a quest for the sculptor, you need to give him every type of sake in the game.
I have something for you.
Ah, Sekiro. You know me well. Why, this isn't monkey booze. So this is what it's like to breathe fire. Do you know what other name this sake goes by?
I don't.
You don't? They call it Shura's wine. I killed one once, long ago. Shura, or something very much like it.
What is Shura, exactly?
Those who go on killing will eventually become Shura. They don't even remember why. Simply enraptured. They kill solely for the joy it brings them. I see it in your eyes, too. The shadow of Shura. Give me cause, and I will kill you. It would do you well to remember that.
I see.
So a lot of people have a lot of questions about what the hell is Shura, and the game tells you if you happen to give Ishin some monkey booze.
Here.
Are you offering me the sake I gave you? Delightful. I'll take it. That's the stuff. By the way, how was Ganishiro?
What do you mean?
You two crossed blades, did you not?
Uh-huh. To put it simply, he was strong, and he had unusual techniques.
I see.
What exactly is the Lightning of Tomoe?
It's a technique belonging to Genichiro's mentor. I'll wager it was quite the sight.
His mentor?
Tomoe. There aren't many masters of the sword like her. To see her fight, it's like she's dancing. When you look into her eyes, you feel as if you're being drawn into the depths of the ocean. I was completely taken by her, and it almost killed me. I've lived a long life, but that was the closest I've come to death. You're leaving, Sekiro, severing immortality. That will be quite the battle. And in battle, the plans and desires of those involved churn endlessly. If you hesitate, you'll be swept away.
And lose the battle.
That's right. Best you keep it in mind. Sekiro, hesitate, and you lose.
So now I go back up for more exposition. Yay! Oh, this part of the game is so fun. Oh, it's so much fun. Taking off, Ashley? Oh, sorry. Have a good night.
With Lord Ishin?
Yes. He thanked me for defeating Kenichiro.
I see. To think that Lord Kenichiro would go as far as to drink the rejuvenating sediment.
Rejuvenating sediment?
That's what we call a particularly concentrated part of the rejuvenating waters. I'm sure you saw it for yourself. The rejuvenating sediment grants great resilience in one's flesh. One becomes able to withstand blows that would be fatal to anyone else. My mentor Dogen devoted much research to its uses, but all of his works, documents, medicines, everything, were burned and destroyed. I'm not sure who, but I heard one of the senior apprentices was able to salvage some of it.
Dojun?
Probably Dojun.
Oh.
Did you ask Lord Kuro's thoughts on the matter?
I did.
And?
We've decided to sever the ties of immortality.
I see.
I thank you for all of the help you've given me.
Almost sounds like you're bidding me farewell for good. I've carried out my lord's orders, so I will stay here in the castle. Come and speak to me whenever you please. I will provide my assistance to you as a doctor. Master Wolf, it looks as if your brow is less furrowed than before. If only a little. Please, see that Lord Kuro's wish to sever immortality is met.
So she says that our brow is a little less furrowed. And earlier, Anayama also mentioned that we had a particular expression on our face. Now that we've found Kuro and been reunited with him, Wolf is a little bit more at ease.
Goodbye. I'm glad you've...
Here, for you.
Oh my. If this isn't Lord Ishin's favorite sake, I'll have some. Delicious.
Chug, 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 chug.
Please.
Hmm?
Say something.
There is something I'd like to ask you.
Of course.
Who trained you to fight with a blade?
A blade? I am a doctor.
Yes, but who?
Lord Ishin. But I only have a passing interest.
I do not believe your skill counts as a mere passing interest. Why did you learn?
Well, not to kill people.
What do you mean?
No. I don't have the slightest desire to kill anyone. It's just... I would want to kill a demon if one were to appear.
A demon?
Don't take me seriously. It was only a joke.
This line is kind of weird because, like, there's no real indicator at this point in the game that Emma even has a blade or has any training in them, yet Wolf seems to be confident that she has great skill in it. And there we also have a little bit of the interchangeability between the term Shura and demon. They don't necessarily mean exactly the same thing, but the terms become interchangeable between some of the characters.
Goodbye.
So maybe they are the same thing for all I know. Gunfort Shrine Key, the key to a shrine deep within the Gunfort. The gate behind the shrine's idol is made to be opened. The Sunken Valley clan will shoot any stranger who approaches, and the Snake Eyes guns are particularly feared. This elite group of women are descendants of the ancient Okami clan. Their especially sharp eyes allow them to snipe victims at great range.
This dust is awful.
I have returned.
Oh, Wolf, you're back. Did you meet with Lord Ishin?
I did. He said the mortal blade. It could be the key to severing immortality.
The mortal blade.
It's a sword that has the power to kill the Undying. It can be found at Senpo Temple.
I see. Yes, that seems promising.
As you say.
For my part, I hunted for any books that may contain clues about the aroma of the Fountainhead. It seems Lord Takeru indeed sought a way to reach the Divine Realm. So far, I found one piece of relevant information.
What is it?
A flower.
A flower?
First, read this.
Fragrant flower note. A note from Kuro written by Takeru, former heir of the dragon's heritage. It is said that relatives of Tomoe once gathered the fountainhead fragrance and arrived at the palace. You may find a key where the waters of rejuvenation converge in a deep pool. A white and deeply fragrant flower. This is referring to the lone lotus that we can see after fighting the guardian ape. And the guardian ape is in an arena where there's the water flowing down from the Fountainhead Palace, as I'll show you later on.
What is...
Lord Takeru left it behind. I was looking for information on the Fountainhead aroma, and how it relates to the Divine Realm. There is water that flows from the Fountainhead through Ashina, and the book speaks of a white lotus flower that grows where the water pools deeply. It appears to be one component of the Fountainhead aroma.
A place where the Fountainhead waters pool deeply, perhaps in a deep valley?
Yes, indeed. The sunken valley may be the place. The Fountainhead waters should flow into there.
Where is this sunken valley?
It's beyond the woods to the rear of the castle. There's a shrine dedicated to the White Serpent deep in the woods. As the name implies, the sunken valley is just below that place. There's no proper path down there, but a man of your talent could navigate it.
So the shrine where we eventually see the Tengu is a shrine to the serpent god? Or maybe that was the offering that we saw with the eel liver. Huh, interesting.
My lord, this is for you.
This is a document written by one who sought the Fountainhead aroma.
I see.
It says there's a fragrant stone in some sacred village, but I've never heard of such a village. What is it, Wolf? Huh. What is that strangely shaped rock you hold? Is that the fragrant stone of the Fountainhead?
My lord, this stone appeared to have been enshrined.
Yes. It is just as the book described.
Yes. There was also an inscription, a sweetly scented bridal offering, written on the altar.
Bridal? What sort of place was this?
It was in a cave, beyond a door made of solid rock.
In that case, where was the wedding procession headed? No way to know, I guess.
Sweetly scented. Lord Kuro, that place might be the gateway to the Divine Realm.
I see. Sweetly scented. Meaning wrapped in the Fountainhead incense. That is what it might be referring to.
The Sakura droplet is something we recovered from Lady Butterfly, and it says that these tiny shards form when an immortal oath fails to establish.
My lord, this is for you.
Could this be? It's a Sakura droplet.
That's...
When the undying pledge of the dragon's heritage is broken, it's said that this remains in place of the oath.
Do you think this one was left behind by Lord Takeru?
That seems likely. Wolf, if you so desire, I can use this Sakura droplet to assist you.
So that's what I was referring to before. The description says that these shards form when an immortal oath fails to establish, but the dialogue between Wolf and Kuro implies that when an immortal oath is broken, when the immortal oath is what is shared between Kuro and Wolf. Kuro is immortal, but he shares his dragon heritage with Wolf, granting him the power of resurrection. So when Takeru and Tomoe's bond was severed, this droplet was supposedly left in place of that oath, the oath bound of the dragon's heritage. we use the Sekiro droplet to grant us an additional node of resurrective power so that we can resurrect up to 3 times in a single fight.
If you should be so kind.
Of course. Close your eyes.
My lord.
Lord Takeru's dragon blood lives on with you.
I humbly accept.
Yes. You may open your eyes now.
My lord.
That was a boon granted by Lord Takeru. Use it well.
Yes.
Oh, that's right. That door marked with the outline of a person. Lord Ishin once called it a shinobi shortcut. I haven't a clue how it works, but seeing as he mentioned shinobi, I thought you might know.
The shinobi shortcut he just mentioned allows us to travel directly from this room to the dilapidated temple. It doesn't make much sense because, like, for example, I'm not sure if I can really see it from here. It's probably the other way, to be honest. Okay, so here's Ashina Castle. There's the temple where we saw Tengu. That's where we fought Gyobu. So, somewhere way over that way is where the dilapidated temple is. But we enter a shortcut through the room below us and just end up all the way over there somehow. So, it's kind of funny how that works. And now that we've killed Genichiro, we have a few more options available to us. But the main thing is that we have this key that allows us to get to another part of the valley. Oh, the shrine to the serpent is the one behind the door that we open here. Okay, I get it. You can see here that a bunch of the grappling hooks in the area are images of serpents, or little statuettes of serpents, I should say. And here's the shrine that he must have been mentioning, the shrine to the serpent god. Before the divine dragon was worshipped, the multiple groups that we see in the land of Ashina worshipped the Buddha as well as the serpent god. Both of these characters represent the cycle of life, death, and rebirth that we learn about in Buddhism. And snakes represent rebirth because as they grow, they shed their skin. So this not only represents rebirth, but it can also represent rejuvenation because they're like, when they come out of their old skin, they're like healthier and they're not necessarily stronger, but you know, it's part of the process of how snakes and some other animals grow up. This is also why the Vadi Vidya video is called The Old Gods of the Sunken Valley, because many groups like the monks at Senpo Temple and the Mist Nobles of the Fountainhead Palace, they no longer worship the Buddha because they seek immortality. If you worship the Buddha, you acknowledge that you will one day die and that you will be reborn in some other form. To go against the teachings of Buddha is to seek the immortality or undying of the rejuvenating waters. can see here the wound on the serpent's eye from when we stabbed him in the eye earlier on in the game. We find the Yashiriku's sugar underwater, and later on when we actually face Yashiriku, he's underwater with his twin. Where'd that fish go? Your fish. Your fish. What? How did it notice me already? Dang it. Never tried hitting the serpent here before. Here, fish. Here, fish. Where the hell is it? Quit noticing me. There we go. A little bit too early. That's alright, get out of here. Slink back into your hole. Monkey! Monkey! We find a whole shit ton of monkeys in the Sunken Valley. %of the remnants that I see are all just teabagging. Well done. You fucker. How dare you? Fair trade. I feel like I missed something. Also nice. Oh my god, sick. Monkeys! Well, you get monkey booze if you kill them all. Isn't that nice? So the idol that we come across over here is called Bodhisattva Valley. A Bodhisattva, if I remember correctly, is just somebody who wants to be like the Buddha. Yeah, in Buddhism, a Bodhisattva is any person who is on the path towards Buddhahood. A Bodhisattva refers to anyone who has generated bodhicitta, a spontaneous wish and compassionate mind to attain Buddhahood for the benefit of all sentient beings. So the belief is that when you become enlightened, you become something like the Buddha, but a Bodhisattva is somebody who stays behind on Earth in order to teach Buddha's teachings to other people, in order to benefit all sentient beings. The elaborate concept refers to a sentient being or sattva that develops enlightenment, thus possessing the Bodhisattva's psyche, described as those who work to develop and exemplify the loving kindness, compassion, empathetic joy, and equanimity. These four virtues are the four divine abodes called Brahmavira. So a Bodhisattva is somebody who wants to be like the Buddha, but they stay behind to teach other people how to become more like Buddha, instead of ascending to nirvana and breaking free of the cycle of life, death, and rebirth, which is referred to as samsara. We learned earlier that trees can inhabit kami, or spirits as they're known in Shinto. Lengths of straw rope are referred to as shimenawa and act as guards against evil spirits. And yorishiro are these ornaments, and they are wards against evil spirits. So at once, these things ward off bad spirits or yokai, and they also invent other stray kami to inhabit the tree as a vessel. Kami or yokai can also possess people, which is where the term possession comes from. A bodhisattva can even be like a child or an infant. It doesn't necessarily just mean somebody who's trying to teach Buddha's teachings, but it can also be like a blanket term for anybody that is spiritual and good-natured, I suppose. It's probably a better way to describe that, but I can't really remember. Bodhisattva baby? remember reading something about bodhisattvas being children as well, but I can't really find anything on it right now.
Fruits of the serpent, yes. There are two kinds. One is fresh, the other is dried. Over there. The dried fruit is over there. Past the poison swamp. Down the nest. That's where you'll find it.
What are you talking about? Dried fruit?
Eh? Something troubling you? Rice for me. That's the way. Rice, I say. If something's not right, bless me with rice anytime. Have any rice? Rice from the divine child.
Yeet. So when you mine out mineral deposits, generally the mining, production, as well as the stripping away of resources can often lead to areas becoming poisoned and desolate. I mean, obviously Miyazaki just wanted to put a poison swamp in the area, but typically when you mine a place of all its natural resources, all that's left is poisonous, noxious stuff. That monkey right there might as well be a goddamn mini-boss. He's so tough to kill. I mean, obviously you can just get a backstab on him like I just did, but I'm gonna have to end up fighting this one over here anyway. If it's a beast-type enemy, the firecrackers not only stun them, but they also cause posture. So you can damage their posture just by using the firecrackers effectively. I like how every time I say that a certain enemy is really hard, I usually just end up destroying them, because I know all the tricks. I'm like, oh yeah, these guys are brutal, they're really hard to kill, and just one-shot them, basically. Alright, I think I'm actually gonna leave off here. Start off tomorrow with a little bit of exploration, and then a good old-fashioned monkey boss fight. So yeah, I hope everybody has a good night. Thank you again for sticking around for another Sekiro Lore and Story playthrough. I'm gonna host somebody, so please stick around so I can support my friends. I'll be back tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern for some more of this. I won't be wrapping up tomorrow by any means. But I should make it to at least the Fountainhead Palace, which is going to be a good time. Alright, who do we have streaming Sekiro? I don't really have anybody on my friends lists. Deathless, first time. First time. I think I'm going to send you all to Necro. Necro's been enjoying him some Dying Light 2. And I know that he's pretty excited about Elden Ring and all that other sort of stuff coming out. So I'm going to send you all his way. Have a good night, Kinza. Anybody else out there? Take it easy. Also, got him. Take that, you fuckers.
Alright, so some of these howlers are just straight up buggy. I was just hitting a howler that wasn't technically there. I don't understand. The pop in for some